Good morning. How are you today? Hasn't started yet, so we have to wait. All right, let me see, y'all. Where's my pen? Where's my pen? That'd be good. Here it is. How are y'all doing this morning? Hopefully everyone is well. Had a lovely sleep. Yeah, it's been very interesting so far. Hey, B. Everybody. Yeah, it hasn't started yet, but it will be on soon. I No, it didn't start 15 minutes ago. Not as far as I know, but we can double check. Why isn't this pen work out? Who's saying it started already? I don't think it did. I see. Stop this from using your camera. Well, I don't want a video, so it doesn't matter. Don't use the camera, damn it. Yeah, it hasn't started yet. Not yet. See, I'll show you. Not yet. I'm already in there, so here we go. Let me share this other one with you guys. So it's not, but it will be soon. This is exactly how it worked yesterday. So we've just got to wait for it to start. Welcome, Whispers. Hey, Eric. Haven't seen you in a while. Good morning, Crime Curious. Morning, Shortcake, Sassy. Yes, I'm live on all the channels. No, I'm just live on two. Just two. I know, I really have been enjoying these as well. So, Bama. Clown Justice, all right. That's a new one. Like it. Allison. Trish. Honey, we're drinking all the coffee. Oh, what is my phone doing? Hold on, my daughter's calling. Hello? Oh, wait. So, I am old and late to the damn party, but leave me alone. So, I had My personal phone was an Android, right? And Scott switched it up and got me the newest iPhone. So I'm like, okay, I already have an iPhone. I know how to use them, no problem. Well, he gets me this damn iWatch. Is that what they're called? iWatches? I don't know. Hey, Lady R. In Wing Beats. And I just answered the phone off this. Like, how cool is that? I don't even know. Shut up. I think it's pretty cool, but whatever. Everybody probably has one. It's like, ma'am, we know. I think it's pretty awesome. No, it has not started yet. See? There it is. Not yet. Not yet. Nope. See? This is it. It's not yet. Nope, nope, nope. Apple Watch. What do they call it? An iWatch? uh, thank you, Kimmy. I don't know. I don't know. iWatch or whatever the hell. Oh, shut up. We'll just be waiting for it to start. That's it. That's what we're going to do. Join, join, join. Open it up. Yeah, it's not started yet, guys. So I know. We are watching the live jury selection in Letecia Stauch's case. She murdered her son, stepson, Gannon. Over here, yeah, it's something. Shut up. I just, no. Morning. Morning. I gotta see. I'm telling you. Whatever. You know what it is. It's the iWatch. Shut up. Same damn thing, right? iWatch, Goodness. I thought they were supposed to start at 11. I'm pretty sure that they start 11 Eastern. But let's just be sure, okay? I'm positive, so. Mm-hmm. Look on the Twitter. They always get information on Twitter. Yeah. Zach DuPont. I am back in court today for the second day of Letecia Stauch's jury trial, where attorneys will continue to try to work to find the 16 people. There you go. The goal over the next 2 weeks is to find 110 people who could potentially serve on the jury. And on April 3rd, attorneys will pick 16 people from the jury of that 110 person group. Yesterday, the first 20 potentials were selected. And that's where we are with it today. The first 20. You're going to get an iWatch too? I don't think so. Mm-mm. Well, it says it's splash proof. So, I don't know if it's waterproof, but it is splash proof. Let's see here. Oops. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything now. Nothing ever starts directly on time. Remember, they've got to get everybody in there. So. And I think here's where I think people are confused. They think that because he said 8:30 that it's supposed to start at 8:30. But no. I think he wanted them back at 8:30. Given it time. No, I could not either, Casey. Mm-mm. Oh, you were there? Mm. Hey, poolside. And it can get wet, see? Yeah, I don't think I could be impartial on this one myself. If I'm being completely honest, I just, I don't see how I could. Yes, she's there. We saw her yesterday. We did see her yesterday. Of course, yeah, it is. But, they, you want to get grass. Well, they are saying, one of the questions that they're asking the jurors, the potential jurors, is because of what you've seen, could you still be impartial? And, some of them are like, no, I can't. I mean, I understand. Lady R, you're a YouTube spy. Who are you spying on? Good morning. Yeah, same. And of course, some of them are probably not being honest, right? Probably not. I'm very worried about the Scotty Morris, the young man Scotty Morris. Did you guys see the situation there? It is not good. It is not good. I mean, while we're waiting for them to start. Oh, geez, that's Petty Betty. Ignore her. This is his mother. Okay. This is him. So he was wearing this shirt. I am a liar. I hurt my little brother. I something something. I don't know what is on that shirt. They shaved his head as punishment for lying, allegedly. He's been missing since the 16th. He was only wearing a white shirt, the white one with the words on it, red and black shorts, and shoes. It was freezing outside. It was freezing. So his mom comes on to, whatever. Stop ringing. Hold on, my phone's ringing. No, don't answer. Thank you. This is just 2 minutes, but.
The search is on for a missing Delaware County boy. The 14-year-old has been missing since Thursday. Right now, the mother of the teen is giving us a statement about his disappearance outside of the Eaton Police Department. Our Rich Nye is there live right now with an update on the search.
Been very cooperative with our investigation. We had decided that she wanted to talk to Scotty personally, so that's why we're here.
Do I hold that?
No, you're okay. Go ahead.
Scott, I love you. And I want you to come home. And I know that you're mad and confused. And I'm afraid that you're scared of all of this. Everyone is out looking for you. And we're not trying to scare you. You're not in trouble. Okay? If you're in a house and they come to you and you don't want to go out because it's the cops, reach out. Me and Dad will come get you, okay? I love you and I just want you to come home. I need to know that you're safe. Please just call 911. Tell anyone. Just, I need you home. I just need you home, okay? And I love you so much, okay?
Thank you.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about any of that. Yeah, so he got in trouble. He had to wear that shirt. So he wore that shirt saying he's a liar and he hurt his little brother or something. And then there's a picture of him sitting on steps. It's obviously nighttime, and he's got a backpack beside him. And then all of a sudden, he was gone. So the bio mom took 3-month-old with little clothes. Oh, that's good, Pond. Yeah, I know. I know. Oh, that's awful. Like, what an awful fucking thing to do to somebody. Stop. Why are you making him wear that shirt? I don't know. I've been just praying that he's at a friend's house, or I was reading a few posts allegedly from friends. Can you guys hear me right now? Bonita's saying there's no sound, but there is. Yeah, okay. His friends was saying stuff like the mother took his, as punishment, took his bed mattress off his bed and made him sleep on the frame of the bed. What kind of? It reminds me of Thomas Valva. I think she said this. What are the odds you make it 14 years old? Then you go missing. Yeah, exactly. Courtney, I agree. Something is wrong there. I don't know. Something is very off in this story, so hopefully he comes home soon. I haven't looked this morning for any updates, though. Let me see if there's anything. Let's see. So the sister has been talking quite a bit on social media as well. She's trying to tell all the things, I guess. Um, his hair was cut a few days prior. She has a TikTok. The sister does. Let me see what she's been saying. Oh, she's just been mostly arguing with people who are blaming the parents, maybe? I don't know. So this is something, I don't know what this is. Not twin, we good, but the way you were reported missing and have me out here searching all night and day, searching for you at the river and lakes and abandoned buildings and cars, sheds, our friends' houses, places we would go together, and a whole ass search party out here for you, but you're not even in town anymore. Okay. I don't know what she's trying to say here, but she's answering, they did not shave his head as punishment, stupid bitches. The shirt wasn't for humiliation. He was upset because he was in trouble. That pic was taken the night he ran away, so yes, he was crying. He was not forced to wear the shirt. Y'all jump fast to conclusions. Scotty is a bad kid at home and gets punished for it. Shirt was not punishment. He ran away because he was mad that he got caught being mad again. Being bad again. Imagine. Why is anybody putting this up about this boy? He's a bad kid. Hmm. That really bothers me. The photo was never meant to be on social media. Hmm, okay. That was just him moments before he left. The picture was from a video of him explaining why he wanted to run away. My mother told him if he ran away, she would call the cops, and here we are. My parents aren't public because they're getting bashed for things that aren't true. Their only concern right now is the safety, and some people cannot respect that. They called the minute he left around 8:30. He was only seen by a man a few minutes after he left, and they've already interviewed him. No one really knows where he could be or where he would go. They've already checked all the leads and everything that they've had. They didn't find anything. He had no phone or money, so I'm hoping he couldn't get too far. Well, pause. if he if he had no phone, who recorded him in that shirt explaining why he was running away? If he had no phone, who exactly recorded him? He had no phone or money, so I'm hoping he couldn't get too far. All departments have checked the possible buildings and areas closest to Eaton. I'm pretty sure they plan on expanding tomorrow. My parents are actively looking and in search parties while you're on your phone. Okay, so I guess that's all going on. Hmm. Where in the world did this kid go? He was in shorts. It's been below freezing there. Mm, right. I feel bad for him too. And even if he's a quote unquote bad kid, I mean, what does that mean? Oh, I do not remember that, and I would freak out. Some people are saying that he was wearing it because there's something at the school called White Lie Day, and you write on your shirt the white lies that you've told. I've never heard of that, and why would a school say that? Why would they have a day such as this? Yeah, they said that they searched the abandoned houses and buildings. Oh, very nice, Patty. I've never heard of anything like a white lie day, right? What the hell is that? Why would the school be involved in such things? This doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. No, I wouldn't let my kid wear that to school. I'd be like, no, you're not wearing that. Period. You're not wearing that. No. 14 minutes ago, they said about 15 minutes before we get started. So 14 minutes ago. Okay, so right now it hasn't started yet. Not yet. We're in the stream, so. Where he says it was punishment, you see? Look at the screen name. 8675309. What a great screen name it is. Yeah, who recorded him saying he was running away? The mother? So if my kid was upset or freaking out, I'm not going to stand there and record them saying that they're going to run away. The sister said that the mother told him, if you run away, we're going to call the police. So did she say that on videotape to him? One of the articles is Fox 59 confirmed as punishment. Jesus. He's in Indiana. Jessica, they think it's going to take a couple of weeks, but they've already got 20 potentials. I don't know how many were there yesterday. I want to say, I think it was 48 to 50, because that's how many numbers that they discussed yesterday. So their goal in the 2 weeks without Thursdays is, because the judge is not there on Thursdays, is to get to 110 people. Once they have a pool of 110 people, the 110 will be brought back. And of that 110, they've got to pick 16 people. No, Bieber. No, not yet. We're waiting for this to start right now. They haven't put the thing on, and I don't see the clerk in the room either. So where are you, sir? Clerk? Hello? Where are you at, dude? You're already in the meeting. Do you want to join again? Yes, because you're making me mad. Where are you? How many times can I join it? 20? Pissing me off. I don't know why it's taking this long, but I guess they'll come. Leave meeting. Okay, try it one more time. One more time. La, 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 la. Join meeting. Open WebEx. Join as a guest. Join. Nothing. Okay. They're still waiting. As soon as they're there, we will be there, though. And one horse open sleigh.
Remember, she can only take down what you say. Nods of the head and uh-huhs and uh-uhs don't get translated very well either. So if you can give us a verbal response, it will make her job a whole lot easier. You've also met Mr. Sproul and Mr. Combs. They are here to assist you. You can talk to them regarding any general matters such as parking, phone calls, those sorts of things. However, do not talk to them about this case, and they will not talk to you about the case. They're not being unfriendly. It's just that they are not permitted to discuss anything about the case with you. I assume that many, if not all of you, were not excited when you received your invitation to come down and join us. But please understand how important you being here is to our judicial system. I want to thank you for being here. You should know that the United States conducts approximately 90% of the world's jury trials. Many other countries do not trust their citizens to make these kinds of decisions and leaves those decisions to be made by some member of the government. However, when our country was formed, the people who formed our country believed that the government should not have that much power. As a result, they placed in our federal constitution and our state constitution has a similar provision for a right to a jury trial. That right cannot be secured unless all of us have the obligation to serve when called. In case you're wondering, yes, I have that same obligation. Yes, I've been sitting in the same seats that you're sitting in. I understand that it is a sacrifice for you to be here and put your lives on hold, and I deeply appreciate your participation in this process. Thomas Jefferson said, I consider trial by jury is the only anchor ever yet imagined by man by which a government can be held to the principles of its constitution. I've spoken to hundreds of jurors over the years. They all told me that they were glad that they had served. They said that they had learned a lot about our judicial process and how important they that citizens such as yourself are to it. My hope is that if you are selected to be on this jury, you have those same feelings at the end of the trial. I do want to remind you at this point in time that you can't use your cell phones at any point during this process. So if you can turn those off, you need a moment to turn off your cell phones, go ahead and do that. In addition, we are identifying you by number, in court rather than name. So we're going to be identifying you by seat number. We do that for a couple of reasons. First of all, due to the number of jurors being called, we do not want there to be any confusion regarding who we're referring to at any point in time. There may be one, more than one Mr. Martinez or more than one Mrs. Smith. By referring to you by number, we keep that separated and it's clear in the record who we're talking to. In addition, while the defendant, the attorneys, the staff, and myself will know your name, referring to you by number is to protect you from contact by the media or other persons, curiosity seekers and the like, to protect you from unwanted publicity, and to ensure that no outside information is communicated about you through the process of this trial. Finally, after talking with a lot of jurors over the years, they all told me that they were more comfortable when referred to by a number as opposed to a name. The fact that we are identifying you by number should have no impact at all on the presumption of innocence that the defendant is entitled to, or any impact in any other way as you consider and decide this case if you are selected. The case we are about to try is a criminal case. The prosecution is brought in the name of the people of the state of Colorado. The prosecution in this trial is represented by Michael Allen, Dave Young, and Angelina Gratiano, who are lawyers with the district attorney's office. If you would stand and
Morning.
I will sometimes refer to the district attorney as the prosecution or the people. The defendant or the accused in this case is Letecia Stauch, and she is being represented by Josh Tellini and Will Cook. The charge against the defendant is contained in what is called the information and complaint. An information and complaint simply describes the charge made by the prosecution against the defendant. It is not evidence of anything. In this case, Ms. Stauch is charged with murder in the first degree, child abuse resulting in death, tampering with the deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. To these charges, Ms. Stauch has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Therefore, the prosecution has the burden of proving the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury will decide whether the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has done the things that are contained in the information and complaint. In this case, as in all cases in Colorado, the jury will be only determining the facts in the case. They will not be determining the punishment or sentence. This is not a death penalty case where a jury has to determine whether that should be imposed. This is just a case where the jury is determining the facts of the case and whether or not the prosecution has proven everything that they're required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. If I can have all of you stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law to answer truthfully the questions asked by the court or counsel concerning your service as a juror in this case? Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Before we go any further, does anyone have any difficulty either hearing or seeing what's going on in the courtroom? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Juror number 5, or I'm sorry, 6. Juror number 6, you would raise your hand. Yes, ma'am. Okay, can you see me okay? Oh, you moved around a little bit. You did a little bit of bobbing and weaving. Okay, but are you able to see the attorneys in the counsel table okay?
Yes.
And my court reporter, can you see her all right? So this would be an issue if you were a juror and there were an exhibit, say, up on this screen or that screen, depending, you might have some difficulty. Okay. All right. Anyone else have any difficulty either hearing or seeing what's going on? No. All right. And before we go any further, I want everybody to understand if you are in this courtroom, you should anticipate being on this jury. And we're going to be asking questions of everybody in the courtroom as opposed to just the people in the box. That's important to understand because I bet everybody back here, when they came in, was going, I am really glad I'm not sitting up there. But you need to understand that we always get into the back rows. We did yesterday. I anticipate that we will again today. And we'll go through that process a little bit further. In this case, we're going to select 12 jurors and 6 alternates. They will consider all the evidence produced during the trial, and they will determine what the facts are based on this evidence. The attorneys anticipate that the case will take 6 weeks for trial. That does not include deliberations or jury selection. We hope to start the presentation of evidence on April 3, so that would mean finishing evidence sometime in mid to late May. I do understand the burden such a lengthy trial places on people. I previously presided over a case that took 18 weeks from start to finish, so I understand the burden. I've been there. I get it. Our trial days will generally be from 9 to 5 on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. There will not be any trial on Thursdays as I have other docket matters that I have to attend to. You will be able to go home to your families each day, and though you will not be able to discuss anything about this case with them, you will be able to talk with them about anything else. Knowing this time commitment, is there anyone who believes that they would suffer an undue or extreme hardship if required to serve for this length of trial? All right. And I'm going to start in groups. So I'll start over here first. Juror number 4. Tell me what's going on.
Who has dementia in Washington State
I'm sorry, ma'am.
every 6 to 8 weeks to approve and taking care.
Okay. I'm sorry for your loss, ma'am. When did that happen?
They died in November.
Okay.
I've already been there. I was there. That's why I postponed my jury. Now,
Okay.
because I was there for a month.
Okay.
I'm leaving again May 4th.
Okay.
And I'm also on another, I'm subpoenaed for another on May 1st.
That doesn't sound quite right here, because you shouldn't be subpoenaed for 2 of them that close together here, unless, are they both here and at the El Paso County Combined Courts?
And she's saying subpoena judge, not summons.
Oh, I got it. Okay, yes, all right.
Subpoenaed
Okay, all right.
May 1st, and they said it should only be 1 day.
Right,
Like I said,
okay,
we have plans to leave.
okay, all right,
And I could be gone for a month at a time.
okay, all right. There was another hand in the back, juror number 6. Yes, ma'am?
I can't drive, and it would take a lot to have somebody drive me to and from court every day.
Where do you live?
They're Pat Speak and Murray.
Okay. We might be able to do something about that. I have in other cases, not for a trial that's been this long, but I will take that into consideration. Anyone else? Let's see, that would be juror number 8.
Yep, self-employed startup, so we're still in our early days. All my time is necessary to help run the business.
What kind of business is it? Consulting what?
Technology.
Oh. Anyone in juror number 10? What kind of work do you do? Do you work for a company? And Would that company have the ability to fill in your spot with someone else? Front row. Juror number 12.
We have an extended family vacation scheduled for the middle of April, and we've prepaid for a pretty big portion of it. So
Okay. Anyone, let's see. 15, juror 15? That would be you, yes. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm the primary caretaker of my son. There won't be anybody to drop him off at school or pick him up from school during the time that would be needed for.
How old is he?
He's 8.
What time is he dropped off at school?
I drop him off 7:30. And then he has to be picked up a little bit after 2.
Okay, the drop off wouldn't interfere with being able to be here. Would
8
he?
o'clock that we would need to be here or 9.
Pardon?
Is it 8 that we would need to be here?
Generally about 9 o'clock.
So
Sometimes,
picking him up.
okay. And do you have anybody else that would be able to pick him up if you're not able to?
No, we're not from Colorado. We moved from New York. It's just myself and my husband. That's
Okay.
it. I have no one else.
Okay. Anyone else in this front row? No? Back here, this front row? Juror 21 on the end there?
Sole provider for the house.
And what kind of work do you do?
So right now I'm getting ready to go back into the work field.
Okay. Others in the front row? Let's see. Juror number 25? No, in the front row here. Juror 25? Yes, ma'am, you. When? That's a Monday. Where is the service going to be? No, I understand that. All right. And the second row, starting at the end there, that'd be juror number 35. Go ahead. How old is your husband? Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else in that row? Juror 37. Okay. That's at the start of June. Okay. I think we'll be done by then. Pretty sure we should be done by then. Tell me, and did I understand you correctly when you said that you work, but you don't think that the work would be an issue? Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, sir. I thought I had another hand back there. That would be juror number 38. Yes, sir.
Paid for as April 16th to the 26th.
Juror number 40, did you? Yeah.
Pre-booked vacation, pay overseas.
You said mid-May. Do you know when the start date would be? Okay. All right. Thank you. And juror 41, did you have your hand up?
I just work, but that's nothing out of the ordinary for anyone else here.
Okay. Anybody in the far back row? I'm going to start over there on the end, juror 49.
A grandfather at home that is 37. Right. She's our life. Husband works full time. I don't work. I take care of her.
Okay. All right. And next, juror 50. Do you, is it local? Yeah, no, it's, we for sure will not be having, any trials on Thursdays, and that is a Thursday, so that's going to work out okay? Okay. All right, juror 51, did you, yes? Hold on, when you bend over and talk to the floor, I can't hear you, so. Well, we go by seat number here. So it's okay. That's all right. Because we have to have both of those. See, we're selecting a jury over a period of days. And so we have your juror number, which is the summons number. But when you come in here, we're referring to you by seat number. Okay. So you would be juror 51. What do you have to tell me? What kind of work do you do? And is that like a massage therapist, a psychology therapist? What kind of work? Okay, all right. Anyone else in that back row? Okay. Looks like juror 53. Okay. You said May 15, right? All right. And juror 54.
Yes, sir. My wife's finally ill. Diabetic, She's had to have a number of sudden surgery.
And juror number 55, yes, sir.
So, Your Honor, I just got off a 12-hour shift. We lost about 50% of our staffing outside. Where is open for was it left over? If I leave here today, have to go back to work tonight. Basically, everybody's on 12-hour shifts and working their day, their all their days off, 2 days off.
What kind,
They get that duration of file.
what kind of work is it? All right, and up here in this first row, juror 30.
Your Honor, I am still.
All right. So another hand up here. Okay. Juror 33.
Also work 12-hour night shift.
What kind of work do you do?
I do work some weekends. Want to go and work on weekends.
Okay. All right. Juror 34. All right. And second row, juror 43. That's you, ma'am, in the stripe. That's okay.
Starting supervisor classes for my job in a couple of weeks. Probably last time.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand anything that you just said there. Can you do it again?
So I'll be taking management classes in about so that'll probably last for
The beginning of May. Okay. What kind of work do you do? And can those management classes be rescheduled to a later time? Okay. Can you check on that during the lunch hour? Okay. I still want you to check, okay? All right, and I thought there was a hand. Yes, juror 44. Okay. All right, as far as diabetic is concerned, we've had diabetics before on the jury, and I've been able to accommodate that without issue. When is the trip in May? Okay. Anyone else in that second row? Okay, let's see. Juror 47. Right, and in the next row back there, and this is sort of where I have to stand up so that I can make sure I see correctly. All right, let's see. Juror 58. Yes, ma'am. And juror 59. Did you say over the weekend? Oh, I'm gonna say, I thought you were going overseas over the weekend, and I was going, that's a really quick turnaround there. Okay, anyone else in that? All right, and that would be jurors, 62? Yes, sir. 24th? Okay. And where are you going? Anyone else in that row? No, all right, next row back. Okay, wrong sheet. Juror 66 over here on the end. Yes. The gentleman there that just barely has his hand up. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Okay, so let's try again. Yes, okay, juror 66. Yes, sir. Got it. Okay, and what kind of job is it? All right, and then juror 67.
I didn't think it was a problem, but having a scheme card and
Okay. Juror 68, did you have your hand up? Yes, sir. Well, wait, I'm confused. Where do you live? Okay. Okay. And juror 69, did you have your hand up? Yes, ma'am. Okay, I was having a little bit of hard time understanding you. I have a doctor's appointments in New Mexico?
Yes. I have broke my wrist.
Okay.
Help me out.
Okay. And in the far back row, juror number 70? On the end there? Yes, ma'am.
I'm a paralegal and my husband. And I am a his office manager. Actual attorney. That's
All right. And juror number 71? How do you get there?
well, I don't have to.
And anyone else in the back? Looks like juror number 74. Yes, ma'am. Juror 74? Okay. All right. Is there anyone that there was one that I missed, and that would be juror 73. Go ahead. Well, you should be okay with either one of those because you're probably not going to be here tomorrow. The jury selection is today. We don't start evidence until April 3. And if your other appointment is next week, that will occur before the evidence starts. Okay. All right. Is there anyone that I missed? Juror number 36 over here.
Vacation.
And okay, thank you. And then juror number 68. No. And I'm glad that you brought it up. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to take a break at about 10:15 or so. So we'll have a restroom break in about a half an hour. Is that going to work? Okay. So we will take a break this morning, but I need to have everybody in the courtroom to be able to hear everything that's going on while we're all here. Okay. So we will take a restroom break if it's something urgent, if something comes up or something like that. Let me know and we'll see what we can do about taking a break that is not scheduled. Okay. Are you going to be okay until about 10:15? Okay. 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 Well, all right. All right. Let's see. I need to go through some challenges for cause, or I need to ask some questions regarding things that may disqualify you from serving as a juror in this case. I want to go through that list of grounds now. Do any of you believe you are related to the defendant or any of the attorneys? No response. Do any of you have a relationship of guardian and ward, employer and employee, landlord and tenant, debtor and creditor, or principal and agent to, or are you a member of the household of, or partner in business with, or surety on any bond or obligation for the defendant? That's a long lawyer question asking if you have particular relationships with the defendant. Do you work with them? Do you work for her? Does she work for you? Do you rent from her? Does she rent from you? Any of those kinds of things. So we're looking for particular relationships. Anybody think they fit in that category? No response. Are you now or have you been a party in a civil lawsuit involving the defendant or have complained against or been accused by him, by her in a criminal prosecution? Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Were any of you a witness to any matter related to the crime or its prosecution? If any of you believe that you are a witness in this case, please raise your hand. No response. Do any of you have a personal or financial interest in the outcome of this case? Anyone feel that? No response. Do any of you have any feelings or a bias for or against the defendant or the prosecution? Juror 21. Okay. And I was going to ask about that, and there actually was a question about that on the questionnaire. Did you take part in any of the vigils or the searches or anything like that? You did. Okay. Yes, sir. Anyone else? That would be, hold on a minute. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. That would be juror 58. Yes, ma'am. Okay, and that's a little bit separate question that we'll ask about later. Whether or not you have any preconceived notions or anything like that. So either I or the attorneys at some point, like, we'll be asking about whether anybody has psychology training, those sorts of things. And that's where we will want to talk about it there. What I'm asking more about is feelings about this particular case. It sounds like you have experience in the area that may impact your thought processes, but you don't have anything specific to this case. Is that right? Okay. Anyone else? No response. Public law enforcement agency or the public defender's office? Please raise your hand. No response. Please raise your hand if you are not a citizen of the United States, are not at least 18 years old, nor a resident of this county. Anyone in that category? No response. Please raise your hand if you are unable to read, speak, or understand the English language. Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Please raise your hand if you are incapable due to physical or mental limitations to render satisfactory jury service. Anyone think they're in that category?
Please, sir.
Yes. Please raise your hand if you are incapable due to physical or mental limitations to render satisfactory jury service. And that would be juror number 20. Yes, ma'am. What's your concern?
Well, mentally, my mind is made up. No insanity. If it's a hung jury, no insanity. I cannot be moved. When I was very young, my adopted mother took butcher knife to me as a way of getting me to do what she wanted.
Okay.
So I don't know if that goes into this or a different question.
Well, that's a slightly different question because that would be a bias or something of that nature. What we're looking for here is whether or not you have a physical or mental limitation. Perhaps you're on a medication that you have to, you're not able to stay awake or something of that nature. The concern that you have is a legitimate one. But what we're looking for here is if there is, the physical limitations are easy. Some people say, I can't sit for very long or I can't move or something like that. So we're looking for something like that in the mental limitation. It sounds to me like because of a past experience that you have certain feelings about this case. And that's a little bit different. It's still important and that's something that we need to know. So I'm glad that you brought it up. But it sounds as though you're able to hear me okay, able to see okay, able to process information. I've occasionally had some people that say because of the medication that they're on or something like that, they can see things, but they can't process stuff very well, or it will affect their hearing such that they can't hear very well, those kinds of things. That's not your issue. Your issue is a personal experience. Do I have that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Please raise your hand if you have the sole responsibility for the daily care of a permanently disabled person living in your household such that your service would create a substantial risk of injury to the health of that disabled person. Anyone think they're in that category? And juror 35, you already told us, is there anything? Okay, I understand. Please raise your hand if you have served for 5 days or more as a trial or grand juror in any state or federal court within the past 12 months. Anyone in that category? No response. At this point in time, we're going to have my staff is going to hand out a list of witnesses. The question that I have for you is, do any of you think you know any of the potential witnesses on this list? All right, are you going to be okay back there? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. All right. Here's what we're going to do so that everybody understands. We're going to take about a 15-minute recess now. When we come back, we're going to be here until noon. Okay, so let's hold off on, let's recollect those witness lists for right now. And I know that this is different than what you may experience in a lot of other situations, but I cannot proceed. We cannot proceed with this questioning and proceed with talking with everybody here unless everybody is here. And everybody has to be here at the same time. So if you need a break, take it now. So we're going to take our break until 10:15. When we come back, expect to be here in your seat until noon. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay.
Can we go out this door?
No.
Oh.
No, that's it.
Okay. So here's our choices. We can just stay on this all day, or we can switch over to Aiden's sentencing, right? He has pled guilty in the murder of Tristan Bailey. He is a minor, so that's going to be something altogether different here. Yeah, he may not be very happy today, the judge, because people don't listen. You know, when people don't listen, it gets annoying. So, you know, I can understand, but let's see here. He's hungry. Oh, you want to see the rest of my video from yesterday? I mean, we can do that before we go over, sure. We can do that if you would like. I'm gonna try to just do one thing here. Just a second. Give me just a minute. Just 1 second. No, he does not. Their big face, which is, I don't know, maybe they've got him medicated, or I don't know. I don't know what they're doing with that kid. I mean, what a crazy, crazy situation. And, you know, people knew that he was this way. Nobody did anything. It's very scary. Let me download this. I'm just going to change a couple of things, and then we can do both. All right. Sorry, we're doing all the things over here. You guys said you wanted to see part 2, or do you just want to go straight over? What do you guys want to do before we go? Do we want to go straight over to the other one, or do you want to see the video? The part 2 from yesterday. Yeah, who gives a gun as a gift? That's a great question. Oh no. Oh no, what? What are we saying oh no for? Mm-hmm. Good morning. Part 2, part 2, part 2, part 2 at lunch. At lunchtime, let me see something here too. They are on a break as well. So we'll just rewind. How's that? So that's what it looks like. It looks like they are on lunch. On break. I mean, it's technically it is lunchtime right here. You know, it's noon where I'm at. So I don't know. Court is in recess for now. Yeah, we're doing all the things today. They only have 10 minutes left, so they're not on lunch right now. So the jury selection took a break, and they're coming right back. Aiden, I don't know how long they've been gone, not very long at all, but they're also on break. Yeah, we're going to stay on both. We're going to be doing both of them. I'm ready for lunch. I'm starving. So they come back at 1:15. Okay. So we will. I have become addicted to the song that Hills in the Air has on her channel. Yeah, Aiden he doesn't look very good at all. No, he doesn't. Not at all. So we're going to continue to do both. We just might be a little bit behind on that one. Part 2. We'll definitely do part 2. Yep, both cases are on break right now. I agree to that, Beaver. Yeah. Her intro is everything. Okay? It's just all the things. Can we just play that really quickly?
Are you coming to get me? Send the big bad wolf to fetch me. I've been staging a protest, swapping guns for roses. Resorted to reverie.
Wait, she has a better one. I mean, it's the same song, but it's a different one. Let's see. Let's see.
Are you coming to get me? Are you coming to get me?
Oh my gosh, heels. Come on. What are you doing, my friend?
Are you coming to get me? Send the big bad wolf to fetch me. I've been staging a protest, swapping guns for roses. Resorted to reverie, campaigners for liberty. Here to render a legacy. We are the dreamers and the party queens. I just wanna be myself for a day. Follow me and no one else today.
Mention.
I love that so much. It is the best thing ever. Yeah, there's one Bieber where it's so long. I'm getting down with that one, man. I love it. There we go. I find myself singing it all the time now. Okay, this guy should be back soon. Oh gosh. That is horrible news, Combos. That is really horrible news. I wonder what they're thinking happened to him. Sounds like they're back. Or on their way back, maybe. they've definitely got this kid on a lot of stuff, for sure. He just looks out of it. Aiden. Let's see something here. Yeah. Oh, really? Hmm. Yeah. I love the intro, and then it's
Oh, good.
ridiculous.
I'm glad you paid attention.
Council, approach for just a moment.
All right, they're back.
No.
Can you hear him?
I just wanted you guys to be aware that it was coming. I'm just going to excuse probably about 23 or 24 right now. I just wanted you to be aware, so I didn't get into the numbers and you missed a bunch of them where you saw it coming. So, yeah.
Look at the.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to come back. I apologize for the confusion. It's my fault. Because usually what I say before we take a break is that please remember where you are before you go, because we honor the third grade seating chart here. And I didn't do that, and that's my fault, and I'm sorry for that. So if it is causing some confusion as to where some people should be, I think we're still missing a juror. We are. Right, we're missing number 5. I'm sorry. Yeah, I told him not to worry about it. All right, I think we have almost everybody. We're missing one, but that juror was going to be excused in any event. So I have taken the time to look through, or I've used the time to look through the juror list, and I'm going to excuse the following jurors at this point in time. So if you're excused, you can go ahead and leave and go about your business. You don't need to go back to the jury assembly room or anything else like that. So I'm going to, you okay? It's just one of those days. It's all right. Sometimes it happens. It's okay. All right. We might be able to get you a new one.
Yeah, probably.
It's okay. It's a Tuesday. All right. So if I excuse you, you can go ahead and leave and go on about your business. You don't have to report back to the jury assembly room. And everybody else needs to remain in their seats. So I'm excusing juror number 4 in the mask. In the front, juror number 12. Juror number 20 on the end. Juror 20 on the end. That would be you. You're excused. Yep. And I just remembered what I learned from yesterday, and that is to excuse the people in the back first. So I'm going to change it up a little bit. I'm going to excuse juror number 71 in the back. 73. The gentleman next to you. 73. Yes, sir. 74. 68. And 67. Wait a minute. Yep. 68 and 67. Oh, 68. 67 is already gone. 67 was the gentleman with the heart condition.
Yeah.
Okay. And so now we're up to speed here. 62 on the end. Yes. 59. No, hold on. Don't, no, stop. Go back.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Okay. So, let's see, I had 62. Then 58. Thirty-five, 37, 39. And juror 30. And okay. So that worked a little bit better. All right. Okay. Now let's start the next part. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to have the staff hand out some witness lists for you. These are people that we anticipate will be witnesses in this case. The question that I'm going to have for you is take a look at it and let me know at the end if you know anybody that is on that witness list. Is counsel up to speed on who I excused, or do you need to see my sheet? Prosecution? Are you guys okay? Mr. Tellini, are you okay? Okay. There are a lot of witnesses, so if you want to write some names down or something like that, there are those notepads there on the bars in front of you and some pens if you need to do that, if you have a question about it. I'm sorry, I didn't realize Todd left. I should have helped you. I'm sorry. Okay. Ran a little short.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Kathy, can you get that door for me, please? Thank you. Got two more. All right, has everybody is there anyone who has not had a chance to look at the witness list yet? If so, please raise your hand. All right, it looks like everybody has. Prosecution, is there anyone else that the prosecution intends to call as a witness in this case that is not on that list?
No, Your Honor, thanks.
Defense?
Yes, Dr. Rhonda Niederhauser and Caitlin Craig.
All right. Do any of you think does any juror think they know any of the potential witnesses in this case? Please raise your hand. Okay, looks like we have a couple. Let me start in the far back. Juror number 66, who do you think you know? Who? Okay, and how do you know Detective Sapp?
in the top, that type of thing.
Okay, okay. And I don't know, this is a potential list of witnesses. I don't know whether these witnesses are gonna actually be called, and some of them may be important, some of them may not. Some of them may have, 2 minutes worth of testimony, and some may have 2 hours. I don't know. The question that I have for you is, could you judge Detective Sapp's testimony just as you would judge anyone else's testimony? Okay. All right. Nope, that's fair. There was another hand, there it is. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Juror 45, who do you know? No, wait a minute. This woman here, you had your hand up? Yes, ma'am. And right, what kind of job did that Josh Johnson have? Does that sound like the same person? Probably not the same person. Okay. All right. And was there another hand back here? Okay. In the back, and juror 61. Yes, sir. Brandon, last name? Bullard. Okay. Since the name sounds familiar and you're going from that, it sounds like not close friends. Okay. Suppose that this is the same Brandon Bullard that you knew. And I've had it happen where people don't realize they know somebody until they take the witness stand. And I remember one trial where a juror gasped, and I'm going, how bad is this? She just said her name, and she was just going, oh, I remember. So we had to have a conversation with the juror, and she said, oh, I remember from school years and years and years ago. So the question is not whether you know them. The question is, can you judge that person's testimony just as you would judge anybody else's testimony? So the mere fact that even if this is the same Brandon Bullard that you may have known from high school, okay, so even if it's the same person that you may have known from high school, you can just look at their testimony just as you would anybody else's? Yeah, okay. All right. Is there anyone else? Oh, over here. Let's see. Juror 15?
The F&E nurse,
The who?
the F&E nurse at UCL.
Amanda Ben,
Amanda.
Okay. And how do you know her?
Co-workers, I used to manage the HIM department for UC Health centrally.
Okay.
And I've done medical records as well as the actual F&E medical records. I've looked through them. I've worked very closely with that department.
Okay. And again, I don't know how she fits in or what it is that she did. But would you be able to judge her testimony just as you would be able to judge anybody else's testimony?
I might give more credence based on the knowledge I have with medical records and stuff like that. So I might think that that would bear more validity.
Well, that's a little different question, because what I'm asking here is not so much the records or the work that she did, but her as a person. So suppose she comes in and she testifies about something that has absolutely nothing to do with the records or anything like that. Would you be able to judge her testimony just as you would judge anyone else's testimony?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay. So do I have it right that What you're really looking at is you have some experience with the type of work that she does. And because of your familiarity with that work and having done some of that work at that facility, if she were to testify about that, you would give it more credibility.
Probably.
Okay. So he's just gone. Don't worry about it. Okay. At this point in time, I'm going to have the attorneys give you a 2-minute mini opening statement. It's just an opportunity for them to tell you what they think the issues in the case are. It's not necessarily what you'll find them to be if you're selected to serve as jurors in this case, but it does give us a starting point for a conversation. With that, prosecution.
Morning. January 27th, 2020. Letecia Stauch, 11-year-old boy, was taken, brutally murdered. The evidence in this case will show that the person who murdered Letecia Stauch is the defendant seated over here to my right. And when you look at the evidence in this case, you have to evaluate it as to what's going through her mind at the time that she's killing Gannon. And the way you do that is look at her actions and what her actions were. What her actions were, stabbed him times. Gannon was fighting for his life. He had his arms up. He's got cuts on his hands, cuts on his arms. He's got 3 stab wounds to the chest. Got a stab wound to his head. Actions. He also took a blunt force object and crushed his skull. Fractured his skull. Actions. Then she took a gun. She had to get the gun. She fired that gun 3 times. One of them striking him in the chin, causing his death. But it's not only during the commission of the crime that the evidence is going to show that not only did she participate and do this crime, but she was legally sane at the time when she did it. Because she did actions afterwards. When she fired the gun, 3 shell casings come out. Those shell casings are never found because she took the time to pick them up. Not only did she take the time to pick up those shell casings, she took up the time to clean up the mess she made because he was killed in his own bedroom. And there was blood all over the wall. There was blood all over the mattress and blood on the floor. And she took the time and effort to clean that up so that she hopefully would not get caught.
Wrap up, please.
She also gave numerous versions of what happened to Gannon on January 27th, 2020. The first one was that he just went to a friend's house and ran away. She changed her story depending on what evidence was presented to her. At the conclusion of this case, you'll see that her actions led her to the charges, and we will be asking you to convict her of every charge that she's charged with, and we will be asking you to find her legally sane at the time that she killed Gannon Stauch. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Defense?
What? All the things Mr. Young just told you, we're going to hear. A horrific, violent event, a brutal homicide. You're going to hear that Ms. Stauch afterwards gave numerous versions, stories. Afterwards, each growing in, each becoming more irrational, as she told. You will also hear that the evidence circumstantially will clearly indicate that after this 11-year-old boy was killed, that he was stuffed in a suitcase, transported to Florida, discarded there, and left for over a month until his body was found. You're going to hear and see photos from the autopsy of that boy who had been brutally murdered and that was in a state of decomposition. We'll also hear, though, from Dr. Dorothy Lewis. Examined Ms. Stauch worked over the course of 3 days and 14 hours, who was from Yale, who's had 4 years of experience dealing with this, that based upon her interviews and her review of the mental health history that Ms. Stauch has had, that she, among other things, suffered from dissociative identity disorder, formerly known as multiple personality disorder, that when this event took place, she was in a psychotic state and detached from reality, and in the opinion of Dr. Lewis, was insane. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You've heard the attorneys tell you a little bit about what they believe the facts in this case are and what the evidence will show. Please understand that nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. What is evidence is when a witness comes in, raises their hand, swears to tell the truth, takes that seat and tells you what they have to say. And then there are rules of law and evidence that apply to their testimony as well. The attorneys never take that oath. They are paid advocates in hoping to convince the jury of a particular position. So nothing they say is evidence and is entitled to any evidentiary weight. In this case, you will be asked to render a decision based on the evidence presented in this courtroom and the instructions that I give you. Even if you have heard or read something in the media, the real question is whether you can put that aside and decide this case based on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. Is there anyone here who thinks that they may have heard something about this case, either I'll just say media in a wide variety to include Facebook, and I have no idea what's out there. But does anyone think that they've heard anything about this case in any form or fashion, from friends, from television, radio, print media, anything like that, and thinks they cannot set that aside and decide this case based only on the evidence presented in this courtroom? Please raise your hand. Okay. Again, we're going to start in sections. So juror number 1, yes, ma'am.
It would be very difficult for me to be impartial. I just my evaluations the first one.
Okay. And there were other hands up here. Let me go in the back. That would be juror number 7.
I too have heard a lot on TV, seen a lot, and talked a lot about this, and I really don't think I can partial on this because I don't agree with the insanity. I really think it would be hard to change.
Okay. And you understand that, I mean, people are talking all kinds of what conclusions should be drawn from sanity evaluations, but there's not any evidence of that or why they concluded. You would actually hear the experts in this case make a determination regarding whether they, easy for me to say, why they did or didn't believe that she was sane at the time. Do you understand that? Okay. But you feel like your mind is made up pretty much? Okay. Front row, and let's see, 2, 3, 6. So, juror 16.
work at a grocery store and talk to a lot of the customers and other employees, and we've had quite a bit of conversation as everything's going on with that. And my mind is basically made up as well. And I have an 11-year-old son as well.
Juror 17?
Yeah, I'd like to believe that I could be impartial with an 11-year-old child. And from what I've heard, and I just accepting an insanity plea, it seems awful.
Okay. So for you, it's not the publicity issue, it's the 11-year-old issue.
It's that, and I mean, I remember reading about it. I didn't go into detail with it.
Right.
I remember having a very visceral, emotional reaction to the situation.
No, and I appreciate that response because we do a lot of different kinds of trials, and unfortunately, some of them involve young victims. We have this case does not involve it, but and that's kind of why I'm choosing the crime, even though it sounds and it is terrible, sex assault on a child. We deal with those oftentimes. And I often hear from jurors say that they would have difficulty dealing with that kind of crime because it involves a child. And the question is whether or not you think that you can put that aside and just decide the case based on the facts. Do you think that you can do that?
Don't know.
Okay. All right. And was there another? I'll get to you in a minute. Was there another hand in the front? No. And juror number 6. Yes, ma'am.
Hard time with the incentive. Talked with my family and friends about.
What is it about? You said that you have difficulty with the insanity plea. What is it about that you have difficulty with?
I just don't believe that she's a.
Okay, and it could be if you haven't heard any evidence about this case yet, right? Okay, so it sounds as though I'm just trying to understand what that is based on if you don't have any evidence on it.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And before I get too much further, I'm going to ask questions about insanity separately. What I'm trying to find out at this point in time is the issue with respect to publicity and whether or not there's anyone who believes that they would have difficulty setting aside publicity that they may have heard in this case and deciding the case based on the evidence. Is there anyone who feels that way? All right. Juror 8.
Yep. We were looking at houses actually in January of 2020, and we actually drove by, I think, where a lot of this was going on, and that, we were curious about what was happening, and we looked into it a little bit. And it's shocking here at that time, and as it's grown, we.
Okay. Would you be able to set aside the publicity aspect and decide this case based on the evidence?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And is there certain things that you remember from the publicity that are causing you an issue, or?
I mean, I feel relatively biased on what child deserves, what no one deserves.
Okay. And I'm fairly certain, and I've presided over a lot of trials. And I think Mr. Tellini has painted at least some of what I anticipate the defense will be. And I don't think you're going to hear anybody in this courtroom say that this was deserved. I don't think, frankly, you would hear anybody in any courtroom say that this was deserved. The real question here is whether or not it meets the standards set forth for conviction or has the prosecution proven beyond a reasonable doubt everything that they're required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So, and I'll get into that in just a minute. Again, at this point, I know it's hard for people who are not trained in the law, but at this point, I'm only asking a very specific, very discrete question. And that is, forget everything else, just with respect to publicity. Is there anything about the publicity that you think you could not set aside?
I'm not sure.
Okay. No, that's fair. Okay. All right. And back here, this section in the front row, any hands? No. Juror 55? Yes, sir.
My opinion on this is that I believe it's evading, probably not taking responsibility for it. Basically copying out and trying to shift the blame to something else other than the person.
Okay, let me stop you for just a moment, because those are all valid opinions and opinions that I need to know about. But my question is very narrow, very narrow. The only question that I'm asking at this time is whether or not there is any publicity that you have seen, heard, or experienced that you think you could not set aside. We're not talking about insanity. We're not talking about an 11-year-old. We're talking about just the publicity. I will get to those issues. I promise I will. But because of the way the law works, there's certain discrete ways that I have to go about doing it. So, and by discrete, I mean I need to know specifically what the legal basis is for something. So I'm just trying to find out if there's publicity that you've been exposed to that you think you cannot set aside.
Going to another state with file of receipt case. That's
Okay. All right. On this side, in the front, juror 31, you have the most, that would be you, the one with the unique purse.
Yeah, there has been lots of. Nothing wise, other than area.
That's where you grew up? Okay.
Sister lived right around the corner from where this happened. I didn't participate in part of it, but all the publicity that has been going on, my mind is kind of been made up. And I'm positive I can't overcome.
Okay. Anyone else in this front row? Okay, second row, juror 43, striped shirt. That's you. Yes.
I don't think I did. All kinds of things.
Okay. Juror 44. No, the girl in the sweat in the gray sweatshirt. Did you? Oh, I thought you did. I'm sorry. Okay. Juror 45. No, that's all I need. Let's see. Oops. And let's see, that would be juror, I think you're in the wrong place. Yes. Okay, because I have. Yeah, that's what I have, but I have him as being excused.
no, I still haven't.
Okay, all right, then I must have marked it off wrong. Okay. Juror 47, go ahead. Yes, sir.
I experienced emotionally.
Okay. That's what I was confused a little bit when you said the construction site, not on this house, but there was construction out in the area. And so you drove by in that area every day. Okay, I got it. That's what I was a little confused there for a minute. Okay. Okay, next row back. You're 57? Yes, ma'am.
I don't think that I could change the case. I was foster children. I adopted the last 3. Don't, and I can be truly what she may need. Wrong with me to do that. But my heart is already tearing for this child. I had a cousin that was stabbed 27 times in Arizona. Then had her body guarded like it. I just don't think that this is where I would.
Okay. All right. Anyone else in that row? Row behind. And last row, juror number 70.
So, social media aspect, I'm on all time. I'm on all. But and from day one, I
Okay. Anyone else in that background? All right. All right. Now I want to talk a little bit about the process and the law that applies to this case before I move into a different area. Every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial and should be given effect by you unless, after considering all the evidence, you are then convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is upon the prosecution to prove to the satisfaction of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of all of the elements necessary to constitute the crime charged. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all of the evidence or lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. If you find from the evidence that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you will find the defendant guilty. If you find from the evidence that the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you will find the defendant not guilty. You may have to decide what testimony to believe. You should carefully consider all the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. Consider each witness's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, and manner while testifying on the witness stand. And, depending on how you view the testimony, you may believe all of the testimony of a witness or part of it or none of it. A few minutes ago, you heard me tell you that the defendant was presumed to be innocent. This means that if I were to give you a verdict form right now and ask you to fill it out, the law would require that you find the defendant not guilty. That's because you've not heard any evidence in this case and the defendant is presumed innocent. That won't change or hasn't changed simply because the attorneys have told you what they believe the evidence in the case will show. Now, someone may ask you whether or not you think the defendant has done something wrong or else you wouldn't be here. However, that's an improper question. We don't just randomly select people from the street to suddenly appear in a courtroom as a defendant in a case. Obviously, there is a process in place which resulted in the filing of charges against the defendant. However, the charges against the defendant are not evidence either. The charges against the defendant are just accusations. The fact that the defendant has been accused is not evidence that the defendant committed any crime. As such, the defendant is presumed to be innocent, and until the district attorney presents sufficient evidence to overcome that presumption beyond a reasonable doubt, you must continue to presume the defendant is innocent. Stated differently, unless and until the prosecution presents sufficient evidence to overcome the presumption of innocence beyond a reasonable doubt, Ms. Stauch's guilt has not been proven. That's what the presumption of innocence means. You may find it helpful to think of the charges in this case as similar to a recipe from a cookbook. When we get to the end, there'll be charges, and each one of those charges has certain elements. And the prosecution must prove each one of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, for instance, suppose for a moment that you wanted to have a Denver omelet, and you took some eggs and you scrambled them up. You added some ham, you added some mushrooms, you added some cheese. In that event, you might have a really nice ham and cheese omelet, but you wouldn't have a Denver omelet. If the prosecution charges the defendant with a Denver omelet, the prosecution has to prove a Denver omelet. No substitutions on the menu are allowed. Proving ham and cheese omelet isn't enough. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what they have charged and not something else. I also want to talk about the defendant's right to remain silent for a moment. Someone may ask you whether or not you think you would need to hear from both sides in order to be fair. Everyone wants to be fair, right? And you can only do that if you hear both sides, right? But that's an improper question, because that's not the process that we follow in a court of law. This isn't the Maury Povich or Jerry Springer show. The government brought these charges against an individual. Because of that, the government has the burden of proving the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no obligation to disprove the government's case. The defendant does not have to present any evidence or any testimony. In addition, every defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. The decision not to testify cannot be used as an inference of guilt and cannot prejudice the defendant. That's because it isn't evidence. It does not prove anything and must not be considered for any purpose. Sometimes you will hear attorneys ask jurors questions that are intended to elicit a response from you, such as, well, I know if I were accused of something, I would make sure that I took the stand and told my side of the story. That's probably a pretty natural response from everybody. I get that a lot from jurors. But as I indicated earlier, that's kind of a trick question because that's not the process we follow in a court proceeding. In any event, does anyone know what the number one psychological fear in the population is? It's higher than a fear of dying, and most people find it even scarier than meeting up with a rattlesnake. Yep, public speaking. So, of course, what we do is we bring you all down here and have you speak in front of everybody else, and sometimes get asked about some very private matters in your life in front of a bunch of complete strangers. All of you have been subjected to questioning by myself. Soon you'll be subjected to questioning by the attorneys, and I want you to think on that experience. Were you nervous? Were you uncomfortable? If you had a choice, would you choose not to be questioned? The bottom line is that it is possible that the defendant won't testify, and it's possible that the defendant will testify. But regardless of who testifies and who doesn't, the question is always the same. And that is, based on the evidence that has been presented, whatever that evidence is, has the prosecution proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged? Is there anyone who thinks that they would have to hear from the defendant before deciding the issues in this case? Please raise your hand. No response. Is there anyone who thinks that they cannot give the defendant the presumption of innocence to which she is entitled in this case? Please raise your hand. Okay. I'm sorry, juror number 5. Tell me about that.
I think all murders should be death penalty cases. I think the insanity defense should not exist.
Okay.
I could go on.
No, I understand your feeling, and do you need some water back there? Are you doing okay? Okay. All right. If there's anything that we can do, throat lozenges, anything like that? No, it's okay. I just want to see if there's anything that we can do to help you. Okay. All right. No, I understand that. And I understand your feelings. And juror number 6, you had your hand raised. Tell me about that.
I just made up my mind.
Okay. Anyone else in the back row? Juror number 7.
Made up my mind too, and I just don't think I'll be able to change it.
Okay. Juror number 8.
I feel like I made my mind. Believe in sanity.
Okay. I'm glad you did that because I almost missed it. Juror number 10. Okay. And in the front row? Oh, no, I already got that. Actually, juror number 1. Okay, missed. Tell me about that. Juror number 1. Okay. In the front row, juror number 13.
I don't know how I got lucky enough to be 13, but my problem is, I mean, if you kill somebody, you kill somebody. Whether you're insane while you do it, you still killed them. The insanity thing is.
Okay. Let me see if this helps. Okay. Because it's a really complex area of the law. And somebody else had mentioned the death penalty, and Colorado does not have the death penalty anymore. It did for a while, and I actually presided over a death penalty case. And even when the law recognized the death penalty, you could have a first-degree murder, but constitutionally, not every first-degree murder was eligible for the death penalty. At the time that Colorado had a death penalty, there were 17 aggravators that could be considered to determine whether or not the death penalty should be imposed. One of which was killing a number of people in a number of different episodes. Another one was doing it in a reckless fashion. So that's why it was applied in the Aurora Theater shooting. So because you had a number of murders there, you also had it done in a reckless manner. It wasn't targeted in any specific person. So that's what that was about. One of the issues about murder and sanity, if you are selected to serve as a juror, you will receive an instruction that is worded by lawyers. I just don't know how else to say it. And it says every physical act must be accompanied by a culpable mental state. And that's actually the language that it uses. And the reason for that is people can do things and certain actions happen, but you're not always held responsible for that unless some other mental state was going on. Oftentimes, the easiest thing to deal with are tickets because that just requires a certain act. You're going 65 in a 50. We don't care whether you meant to do it. We don't care whether you knew you were doing it. Those sorts of things. The sheer act of doing 65 in a 50 is enough. In other cases, criminal law is designed to modify behavior. And if you don't know that you're doing something, or you have a condition that is occurring such that you don't understand exactly what's going on, and I've had cases where insanity was pled before as well. I had one where a person beat their mother to death with a guitar. And I won't go into the long facts of that, but ultimately, the law takes the position that it is not proper to hold somebody responsible for an act that maybe they didn't know that they were doing or that they didn't intend to do under the circumstances. Does that sort of make sense?
I guess yes, but
Okay. And then I'll get to the insanity part, which is a little bit different. Because the insanity part is that there was, and I have the instructions, and if you're selected to serve as a juror, you'll get those. But the insanity part is intended to have the jury closely examine the mental state of the person at the time the crime was committed. Because each act has to be accompanied by a culpable mental state. And the prosecution has the burden of proving both of those beyond a reasonable doubt. Does that make sense so far? Okay. So in an insanity plea, what the jury focuses on is the culpable mental state issue and whether or not there was that mental state that is associated with that crime. It could be, in Colorado, there's a number of different ones. There's intentional, there's knowingly, there's reckless, and that's pretty much it. So, but all of those have different, very specific definitions. And so the question is, was something going on such that they couldn't form a particular mental state? Does that make sense?
it does. The problem I have with it is at the time of the crime, this was this mental state. They're being evaluated after the fact. How do we know what that mental state is at the time that somebody's getting killed?
It's, and that part I get, and that part is for the experts. And you would also get an instruction if you're selected to serve as a juror, you'll get an instruction about what an expert is and those sorts of things. But ultimately, the last sentence of that instruction reads, you may believe all, part, or none of the testimony of an expert. So you can listen to what they have to say. You can say, this makes sense. In the Aurora Theater shooting, it did. In other cases, in the case that I had where the young man killed his mother, it did. And I actually was the one that made the decision in that case. That case was tried to me. So whether you believe something or not is an entirely different question. And I'm not asking that. And there's nobody that's going to ask you that because that's improper. That's invading the juror's province. What you choose to believe is up to you. The question is whether or not simply because it's an insanity defense, you're going to say, just not going to happen. Don't care what the law is, not going to follow it. I just don't believe in it. And that's my question for you. Do you, or could you look at this and say, well, I don't know what the evidence is going to show. It might not. I don't know. Where are you on that scale?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, you don't know what you don't know, right? I haven't been
Right.
presented with evidence and.
No, and that's fair. And that's all I'm asking for is an honest answer. And sometimes the honest answer is, I don't know. And it sounds like maybe you have to wait until you get there. It sounds like, but at this point, you don't know. That's fair. All right. Anyone else in this? Okay. Juror 15?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm not really sure on if I'd be able to actually do that, and it's coming from a personal place. And having had some experiences as a child as well, and culturally, I think it would be really difficult for me to be unbiased
Okay.
in my responses, and how I would internalize that mentally.
You said something there, and I'm not trying to be insensitive, and I certainly don't want it to come across that way. But you said culturally, and I didn't, give me some context.
I was raised in the West Indies on one of the islands, and what happens is, and I can speak because I was raised there, and most of my family's from there. I do see that a lot of child abuse does happen. And it's natural. It's like normalized. Okay. So
Okay.
I mean,
Widely accepted?
yeah, it's
Okay.
generally accepted
Okay.
to put you in your place, and that's the
Got it. Okay.
understanding,
All right.
right? So like personally, I've been hit with pots in my head. I've been beat with brooms. I mean, I've been hit with hangers, and this is normal. Okay, so I would really have a difficult time processing that and really coming to a place where I would be unbiased. And that's just the honest truth.
Okay. No, thanks for giving me some context. I understand it a little bit better. Juror 16, did you have your hand up? Yes, sir.
Being a father of an 11-year-old boy, I don't think I can be unbiased in this situation.
Jurors, did you have, juror 17? Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
You talked to us about presuming innocence, right? But when I hear, if by reason of insanity, what I hear is really she's guilty. We have to decide whether or not her mental state excuses that.
You know, you have probably saved a lot of people 3 years of law school. Because to an extent that kind of is accurate. It is, go ahead, come on. You sort of hit on an issue with respect to sanity, which is the mens rea. Here's what you need to keep in mind. The prosecution always has to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. So in this case, the instruction, it always starts out with, in the state of Colorado, on or about the date and place, and it actually has that kind of numbered out. And then it will say with intent, and then it will have some other descriptors. And they have to prove every single one of those things. And then at the very bottom, I think it's paragraph 6, or the very last paragraph will be, the prosecution also will have to prove essentially that she was sane at the time. They have to prove that she was sane. So with every case, the prosecution has to prove everything. There's no assumption necessarily that she did anything. As I said, if I give you a verdict form right now, you would have to find her not guilty because there's been no evidence that's been presented.
Well, I understand that in theory, but I can't accept that logically. That's what I'm struggling with.
What, help me understand the logic
Well,
issue.
Understand that, we haven't had any evidence presented to us. That 2 lawyers speak to us. They both agreed on the circumstances. Nobody said, no, she didn't do it. Just said that she was in a particular mental state.
Okay.
So that's kind of what I'm struggling with, because
Okay.
I don't know that it would matter what mental state she's in. I still think there's a punishment due.
Okay.
I'm struggling. I don't know that excuses anything.
Okay. Let me deal with both of those issues. Because they are separate. The defense, I'm sorry, let me back up. The prosecution will always have to prove everything. So they're going to have to prove that this crime occurred. They're going to have to prove that it occurred in a specific way. They'll have to show a manner of death. They'll have to show all of those kinds of things. They will have to show that it was this defendant and not somebody else that did it, or somebody unknown that did it. So they'll have to tie it to this defendant. Then the issue about punishment that you brought up. In the law, the position that is taken in the law is that if you have this mental state, so you either knew what you were doing or you intended to do what you did, and that caused you to act in a certain way, which resulted in the commission of a crime, then you should be punished for that. That makes sense, right? On the other hand, if you committed some acts, but you didn't intend for that to occur as defined by the law, or you didn't know that that was going to occur as defined by the law, and there's definitions of what intentional means and knowing means, so you'd have to figure out whether that applies or not, then the law takes the position that you shouldn't be punished for that because you didn't have control over the physical action that took place. As a result, you shouldn't be punished to the same extent as somebody who intended for that to occur and really set about a plan for that to occur. Does that sort of make sense?
It makes sense.
Okay.
I just don't know that I can put away
Okay.
I don't know that I can put aside how I feel right now, regardless of that. That's what I'm struggling.
No, and let me get to this very last part. That's where the insanity comes in, because if the jury were to determine that the defendant first of all committed this crime, and the defendant was insane at the time that the crime was committed, there would actually be a verdict finding to that that says that. Then what happens is the defendant is committed to, it's actually the custody of the Department of Public Health and Safety, and is committed to their custody and placed in a facility, a mental health facility, until such time as sanity can be restored. The idea being, under the law, that we do impose punishment on people who should and ought to be responsible for their actions. If somebody is determined not to be responsible for their actions because of a mental defect or mental health issue or something of that nature, then the idea is to get them the treatment or the help that they need so that they can be restored to a better mental functioning.
So what happens if she's deemed changed 10 years?
I don't have the answer to that. What I can tell you is that there are hearings that go through a person, if a person is found to be insane, they go through hearings because I've had those. So there are hearings that take place after that. There's a whole process for it, and it's long and it's complicated. So that's why I'm not explaining it. And does that help you understand it? May not change your mind, but it helps you understand a little bit more. Is that fair? Good. Okay. All right. Anyone else in the first row? First row over here. You're 23. Yes, sir.
Exactly the same.
Okay.
Struggle to put any kind of belief in a psychologist or psychiatrist or whichever one it is.
Okay. And okay, and I want to make sure I understand what the issue is. Because who you choose to believe and what evidence you choose to believe, if you're selected to serve as a juror, that's your call. I'll just stand up, it'll be easier. That's your call. And
I understand that.
okay, so the issue, it sounds as though the issue is you're not sure that you would believe a psychologist or psychiatrist. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Anyone else in that front row? Yeah, you're on deck. 41. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So I think similar to the gentleman in the dark jacket, I feel similarly. It seems awful convenient that this person is being that they're well after this event occurred. To kind of topple on top of that, I don't have to be unbiased. My father just retired after 27 years in law enforcement. He's a police officer, a sergeant, a commander. And so growing up, when you have someone like that in your life, you can believe a lot of the things that they talk about and they believe. So kind of coupling all of this together from what other people have said as well, my mind's already made up. I have an opinion already, and I think going into this, it would be extremely hard, if not impossible, to sway what I've already kind of believed in my head.
Okay. All right. Juror 55, now we can talk about the issues that you had about the sanity and those sorts of issues. Did you have anything else that you wanted to tell me?
Oh, Your Honor, I go, say once again, I just think it's trying to convey responsibility.
Okay.
Access. Kind of a cop out.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else in that row? No. All right. Over here, first row. Juror 31.
I want to go back to this juror hit on a good point. Could you keep an innocent until proven guilty? It sounds like from everybody's openings, guilty until proven innocent. Because nobody did, she didn't do this, everybody seems to agree she did do this. What her state of mind was. And then I'm gonna go back here where he just said cop out with the word in my head, cop out is me coming, I have a mental health background. I've worked in mental health before. And I was just a mental health tech for I worked in mental health. And working with patients. I've had one patient tell me literally, like I could kill you up in here. He was like, I'd like to, I wouldn't do it. But if I'm a mental health patient, what's gonna happen? And so, yeah, I'm just not, I'm really out of it.
What else in this front row? Next row, and juror 44. Yes, ma'am.
I work in childcare and I also have a background.
okay with for them.
Um, uh, Juror 45. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. I, I think I understand from everything that you've said. Okay. All right. Anyone else in that row? No. And the row behind, that would be juror 57.
I still go back to the thing of, I cannot change how I feel and what I think about this case.
Okay.
A child that somebody who is supposed to be taking care of them and stand from that. I have a very hard, I could not give her what she needs. My mind has been made up.
Okay.
I hate to say that, but I cannot change something.
Okay. Anyone else? Row behind. Juror 65.
I'll just say I appreciate the way you're handling and explaining it. But the more you explain it to me, it makes me firm of where I'm at. God's law. God's law has already been stated, basically. Colorado is giving her a way out of penalty. I do not think Colorado law supersedes God's law. That's at the root of an awful lot of discussion here. And the question was, can I give her the presumption of innocence? And we're not, you haven't asked me about people insanity yet. But the question is so intertwined that I can't allow a presumption of innocence. I'll keep it that, but I can go further, but I appreciate that.
I appreciate your honesty. Thank you, sir. Anyone else in that same row? One in the back, aside from number 70. No? All right. I'm going to ask the jurors to look around the courtroom. The question that I have for the jurors is, do any of the potential jurors know each other? No? Okay. Um, Council, approach for a minute, please. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is take about a 10-minute recess. So if I can have everyone back, and before we go this time, we do honor the third grade seating chart. So remember where you are and remember to take that seat when you come back. But if I can have everyone back in the courtroom at say 11:45, and here's what you can expect. You already saw me excuse a number of people this morning already. My plan is to excuse some more before lunch. That's why we're taking the break now, so that I don't have you have to wait around and come back at 1 o'clock or 1:30 or something like that. I need everybody to go out in the hallway, and then we will have you come back in at 11:45. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, so we don't know who he's going to excuse or whatever. We don't know any of that. So we'll come back to him when he is done with his lunch break. Because he's just going to make his decisions. He doesn't say why. I don't think he can say why. So that is what it is. We will move over to, just keep on going here, y'all. Wait. Hold on. To our lunchtime crime. Okay. Let me know right away if you can hear it. Yeah, he's only excusing them for 10 minutes so that he can make a decision on who he's going to get rid of. And then at noon, they go to lunch anyway. So he's just going to excuse a bunch more people and then they'll come back. Probably yesterday, their lunch was like an hour and 45 minutes, which was crazy to me. But we'll just keep checking back in to see when they come back in. Let me know right away if you can hear this or not.
We're going to get right into part. Hey everyone, sorry for leaving you hanging like that in part 1. We're going to get right into part 2, but just a quick summary of what happened in part 1. There was a creeper breaking into homes for a few years at this point. They would steal underwear mostly to begin with. They recorded themselves doing these things. There were 2 assaults on Cozy Cove, one of Jane and one of Lori. There were also strange break-ins in the town surrounding Tweed. It wasn't just in that one community that these things happened. Sadly, very tragically, we had 2 murders of Jessica Lloyd and Marie France Comeau. The man was getting sloppy. He was leaving behind DNA. He wasn't as careful. His footprints, his tire tracks, in fact, were helping the police catch up to whoever this person was. And we have to remember the time that this all occurred, there wasn't this easy way to communicate town to town. So this went on for a while. There were a couple of close calls, like when the police officer knocked on the door and he was right in the backyard. But ultimately, he was not caught for a while. Now, at the time where we're going to pick up, Jessica Lloyd is still missing. They don't know where she is. So they had done the traffic stop. And during that traffic stop, a resident of Cozy Cove, the colonel from the 437 Transport Squadron, pulls up, he talks to the officers, and he goes on about his day. 3 days later, he gets a phone call. Now, keep in mind, at this point, the rumors are still out there about Larry from Cozy Cove, who is Russell's neighbor, right? So he gets this phone call and he's asked to come down to the station to have a phone call with a detective, Jim Smith. And he's more than willing and happy to go and help in whatever way that he can. He kisses his wife and says, I should be back soon. They have some questions and I'm going to go down and answer them. Before we get into the interrogation, I did want to give you some history, like we did with the other residents, on Russell and Mary Elizabeth. Now, Russell was the colonel. He was very well respected, but not really well known because he was always working. He was extremely busy overseeing the military base, and his wife worked for the Heart and Stroke Foundation. And she was not in Cozy Cove as much as Russell was. So we're going to kind of start at the beginning so you can get an idea of who they were. Russell was born on May 7th, 1963, in the Midlands region of England to David and Christine. His family moved when he was young to Chalk River, Ontario, which wasn't really a town of great importance, except it had a nuclear plant where his dad worked. So his dad worked there, and often they would get together with other families whose parents worked there. And one of the families that they would often get together with were the, I'm going to totally butcher this name, Sofkas, Sovkas, Jerry and Lynn Sofkas, right? So those two families were close, Christine and David, Russell's parents, and Lynn and Jerry, because Jerry also worked there. They would do things like hang out at the yacht club and have dinghy races on the river, and they would go to dinner and they would have drinks and parties. It was upscale, and the families were close. They all got along very well. But in 1969, Christine filed for divorce from Russell's dad, David. And she cited in the court documents that the reason was adultery. Christine claimed that David was having an affair with their good friend, Jerry's wife, Lynn. But that's not all. Allegedly, Christine was having an affair with Jerry. So she cited adultery. She got a divorce. So Russell's parents break up. Here we go. Christine marries Jerry, and David and Lynn get together. David and Lynn's relationship doesn't really last, but Christine and Jerry would remain together for several decades. Christine even had the boys, Russell and Harvey was the other brother, take Jerry's last name. And Russell was about 7 years old at this time, so still young enough not to be completely devastated. I'm sure he was very upset, but they went on to have a very good life. Russell was very gifted when it came to music, as well as his studies, but music was a passion of his. It was something that he loved very much. So he spent a lot of time practicing his music. He was in the band in school, and not like, oh, you're in the band, but it was a highly regarded band. They traveled to places, South Korea for a year, while his stepfather was helping to build a nuclear plant there. When they returned, the boys were put into a very prestigious boarding school, the Upper Canada College, it was called. And they did well there. You know, Christine was the kind of mom who wanted her boys to have the best. She was snobbish. I will say that she was snobbish, but she did want them to associate with the right people. She wanted them around the right people. She wanted them to take their studies seriously, and Russell did. He attended the University of Scarborough, Toronto, Scarborough. And he quickly earned this reputation for being very studious. He was serious. He wasn't a jokester. He wasn't like a frat guy. He wasn't getting drunk. He was studying. So some people saw him as off-putting. He was snobbish. You know, he was the guy who, even on school vacations, Russell was studying. He was still on the campus. He wasn't going home. So he did meet his very best friend, Jeff. And Jeff was probably one of the people closest to Russell throughout the rest of his life. They always stayed in touch. But midway through his first year, something changed a bit. Maybe it was the addition of Jeff, who brought out the fun side of Russ. I don't know. But he became a prankster for a while, him and Jeff together. They would run down the hallways laughing and banging on pots and pans and leading other people through the halls laughing and singing and just being silly, being college students. There was one story that stuck out. Well, there were a couple, but a manager in one of the areas of the college walks into her office and everything is missing. There's nothing there, but the room's filled with crumpled white paper. So she walks into her office and she's looking around like, what in the world? And she hears something behind her and she turns around and it's Russell. And he snaps a photo of her reaction. And she's like, Russell, do you have nothing better to do with your time than fill my office with paper? And he's like, no, I don't. And just walks away. Okay, then. So he was a prankster now. You know, he got great joy. Him and Jeff did get a lot of joy. They would wrap toilet seats, you know, with like saran wrap. So you'd like stick to them and stuff. And they did a lot of things. They would hide in closets or under the bed and wait and wait and wait for their friends to be really into their studies or doing something else. And then they would pop out and scare them half to death. And they enjoyed it. They just thought that it was great. He had one relationship during his college years to a young girl from Japan, and she was also very into her studies to the point where she didn't really get to spend a lot of time with Russ, which, you know, she was the boss in the relationship too. She made their dates. She said when they could see each other. She determined all of that. And nothing to her was more important than her studies, not even Russ. So when the relationship ultimately ended after a couple of years, he was devastated. He was extremely upset. And he wouldn't even talk about it with Jeff, who was his best friend. So eventually, in 1986, he graduates, and his degree is in economics and political science. But to everybody's surprise, he says, I'm going to go into the Air Force. Now, right before all of this was, you know, the breakup and all of that. And Russ became obsessed with watching the movie Top Gun. I have a need for speed. You know what I'm talking about, Tom Cruise.
Hey, Maverick. Yeah. Hear about ice? What's that? You want another one? Really? Yeah. I feel the need for speed. Ow!
And they thought, you know, he's watching this Top Gun. Now he's going into the Air Force. Is he trying to win the girl? And they really thought, you know, that was his plan. And maybe it was. Maybe it was just something he became enamored with and thought, you know, this will get her back. But, you know, he ends up going and joining the military, and he joins the Canadian Forces. In the same year that he joins, he ends up meeting his future wife, and her name is Mary Elizabeth. So this was 1990. He earns his wings. He joins in 86. He leaves. Then he ends up joining. Then he meets Mary Elizabeth. And then in 1990, he gets his wings. Let me not get the dates screwed up there. Russ was a dedicated human being. Okay. He would drive back and forth. One way was 8 hours to go see Mary Elizabeth. That's how much she meant to him. 8 hours? One way? I don't think I know anybody who likes me that much. 8 hours to spend a few hours and then have to drive back 8 hours? He loved her. So their relationship was wonderful. They enjoyed the same thing. They were into good eating, being healthy, gardening, music, and she was very bright. She was also a military kid. Her dad held positions in the military. So they got along great. She went on to earn her MBA. She worked for the Heart and Stroke Foundation. Her family really liked Russell. You know, the dad enjoyed the fact that he was also in the military. So they gave their permission for their daughter to be married, and they were in 1991. Early on, the two decided not to have kids. It just wasn't something they envisioned, you know, bringing a child into a crazy world. So they got a cat, and the cat's name was Curious, and they called him Curio. And then they eventually got another cat named Rosebud as well. But they treated these cats much like I treat my dogs. It's part of the family. This is another child. It's not just, you know, a cat that you let outside and it, you know, forages for itself. And no, it's your baby. It's in the house with you. This is your responsibility. And they very much treated Curio like that. So now they have Curio, and he ends up promoted. He is a complete shining star in the military. He is moving fast. In 1999, he's promoted to the rank of major, and he serves there. And then in 2004, he earns his master's degree for defense studies, and he's promoted in 2004 to the lieutenant colonel and appointed to commanding officer at 437 Transport Squadron in Ontario. Sorry, I have to keep notes on that. There's so many dates. He held so many positions. He was flying. Everybody admired this guy. You know, he was what you would want as far as a leader in your military. So between 2005 and 2009, he holds several different positions. He ends up becoming the colonel. He's part of welcoming the Olympics there, and he's just doing wonderfully. But the base, he ends up being assigned to the base that's 3 hours away from their home, and they decide to purchase the little waterfront bungalow cottage in the town of Tweed. So Russ would stay there, as I told you guys in the beginning, and, you know, Monique would come up. Monique is the neighbor, but Mary's the wife. Let's not get confused here. She would come up and they would do all the things, you know, they would garden and play cribbage with Ron and Monique next door and their daughter. And, you know, they were just happy. They had a really good life. In 2005, he was injured, though, in Dubai, and he developed this chronic back pain that just was debilitating some of the time. He began to take some pain medication, prescription pain medication, and one of the medications was prednisone, which is a steroid, like an inflammation and steroid. The only reference that I personally have to prednisone is that my dog takes it because of the extreme inflammation in his ears. But in any case, this is what they prescribed him. And one of the things Russell would do at nighttime is jog. And he said that the pressure of that movement would take that pressure off of his back, and it would sometimes help. But it was getting to the point where even that was not helping, and he considered retiring early. He and his friend, you know, the next door neighbors, Ron and Monique, they would often sit and have card games. But there came a point in time where Russell would just have to stand. He couldn't sit down. It was making him crazy, the pain in his back. So that was happening for a couple of years. Then in 2007, their cat Curio died, and she had to be put to sleep, and it was extremely difficult for Russell and Mary. They were just, you know, they were devastated. Who wants to put their pet to sleep? And a lot of people, you know, Russell was devastated by his mother and stepfather's divorce, and now you know, he's putting his cat to sleep. Mary's mother had passed on as well, so there was a lot going on around this time. In any case, now you're kind of caught up to who they were. You've got the colonel, you've got the Heart and Stroke Foundation executive, they're friends with their neighbors, everybody is happy, they're gardening, they're doing all of the things. But all of this crazy stuff is happening right on their very street and in town surrounding them. So they're very concerned about what is going on. So Detective Jim Smith ends up calling Russell to see if he can help them in any way. And Russell arrives around 3 p.m. to meet with the detective, and he's eager to assist. What can I do? You know, and Jim Smith, the person that Russell ends up speaking with, he is not a demanding force. He's not intimidating. When you meet him, you're not thinking, you know, I'm in the box. I'm in trouble now. He's very welcoming, calming presence. And I'm going to put some of that in here so that you can see. Very mild.
You just have a seat for us. The guy I was speaking with on whatever night that was Russ as well.
Oh, yeah.
And he took every number I had.
Yeah, now they were doing some pretty thorough interviews that night. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great. Glad to see it.
I'm just going to move your gloves here. That's a little microphone, just to make sure there's nice and clear. As you can see here, everything in this room is videotaped and audio taped.
Check.
You ever been interviewed by the police in a room like this before?
I have never been interviewed like this.
Oh, no? Okay.
No.
Let's get this set up here.
I guess the closest to interview by NIS for top secret clearance.
Oh, yeah.
Very mild-mannered, very competent. The formalities of the introductions go down, and the detective speaks to Russell about the crimes that are being committed in his very area.
Our approach to
And
cases
Russell
like this
explains,
is
yes.
that we don't give up on somebody being alive until we get evidence that they're not. So because of that, we're treating Jessica's case as an emergent situation, obviously. So we're fast forwarding things that we might normally take our time with. And that's why we're here on a Sunday afternoon. So again, I appreciate it.
Okay.
We're going to do a pretty thorough interview today. Okay. The reason for that is because the last thing we want is to be calling people back again and again and again. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over a number of things, and I'm going to explain what all those are to you. Okay. I'm a big coffee guy. I don't know if you're a coffee guy or not, but I didn't want to drink in front of you. So
no, I appreciate that.
All right, go ahead.
I could definitely. Are they black?
Yeah, they're just black with sugar.
Probably have a little bit.
Started your what, sorry?
Gum. Just
oh,
okay. Piece of gum.
Well, there's napkins there if you want to toss it or whatever.
I appreciate that.
All right. And again, like I said, this interview is going to be very thorough. But again, I have a simple rule when I talk to people. It's I'm sure you're the same way. I treat everybody with respect. I don't want to ask if they do the same for me. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off by going through what your rights are. Okay? Just like everybody else. Okay. Lloyd is one of 4 cases that we're currently investigating. Okay. And essentially what's happened is over the past about 4 or 5 months, there have been 4 occurrences that, like I said, that we're looking into. 2 of those occurrences occurred in September of 2009. And very briefly, they were up in the Tweed area. They involved somebody entering 2 different women's houses in the evening hours and committing sexual acts. Okay. In November of 2009, a young lady by the name of Marie-France Como was found murdered in her home in Brighton. And we believe that there was a sexual component to that crime as well. And then most recently, we have Jessica Lloyd's disappearance. Okay. So essentially, when you're looking at those kind of crimes, we're looking at a number of different potential criminal charges. All right. We're looking at issues all the way from the most serious one, which is first-degree murder, kidnapping, sexual assault, break and enter with intent to commit sexual assault, forcible confinement. Okay. And so what I want to make sure you understand, and this is what we've been doing with everybody we've been talking to, is that clearly when we find out who's responsible for one or all of those crimes, they could be charged with one or all of those offenses. Okay. Whether it's you or whether it's anybody else. All right. And that's why it's important that we make sure that people understand what they have to do and what they don't have to do when they're talking to us. Okay. So as I said before, any point today, you feel the need, you want to speak to a lawyer, you let me know, and we can take you to a room where you can do that in private. Okay.
Okay.
Do you have your own lawyer?
I have a realty lawyer, but
Okay.
no, I don't have a lawyer.
All right. If at any point you want to make that call and you don't know who to call, we have a phone list of lawyers that are available to give you advice free of charge right over the phone. Okay. So again, if at any point today you want to take advantage of that, you just let me know.
Sure.
Is there any reason you want to call a lawyer now?
No.
Okay. A couple other fairly simple and straightforward things that you probably understand, but again, we go over them to make sure everybody's clear, is that you don't have to speak to me today. Okay. And the reason for that is because the law considers me to be what we refer to as a person of authority. Okay. Probably similar to what you may be considered to be on the base. And because of that, I can be compelled to appear before any judge in the country, basically to account for what takes place here today between you and I. Okay. And that's the reason why everything's recorded, because there can't be any more accurate record than that, right? So,
no, understood.
And the other thing I want to make sure you understand is that, you mentioned a second ago about Ms. Como being one of your work associates. So I don't know what's happened since November on the military side of things. But what we want to make people clear on is that if you have been spoken to by any person in authority or any police officer about any of those cases, I don't want what they may have said to you to make you feel influenced or compelled to say anything to me today. Okay. Whatever you might have felt influenced or compelled to say to them earlier, you don't have to repeat it to me and you don't have to say anything further. Okay. But obviously what you do say, for the third time is being recorded, right? So,
understood. These first two attacks happened not that far from my place in Tweed. Well, the second one did.
Yeah.
We didn't even know the first one had happened, but I understand that was reasonably close as well. But the second one was very close.
Yeah.
So certainly at the time, Joe PP did a door to door.
Yeah.
And within a couple of days, probably the same night. So I spoke with a couple of guys then.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm aware of that from looking at the different cases. And essentially, Russell, in a nutshell, that's what we wanted to talk to you about. Okay. Those 4 cases are of concern to us. And, you've kind of almost hit the nail on the head about some of our issues that kind of make us want to talk to Russell Williams. Okay.
And Russell explains, yes, I know all about them. I've heard all about what is going on. I'm concerned. And they asked him, well, where were you on January 29th? And he explained he stayed home. He had a stomach flu and left around 9 p.m. to go sleep at the base for an early morning flight to California. He asked if Russell knew Marie France, which was one of his subordinates. And he had only met her one time, and she was on a crew that he was part of back when he started at the base. So it's not as though they really knew each other, but he had seen her. He also had contacted her family via letter to offer condolences for her death. So the detective asks him, what would you be willing to do to, let us move past you? Since you knew Marie, you live on Cozy Cove, and you pass by Jessica's house. That's a lot of stuff. And he's like, anything. Of course, anything. What do you need? Do you need my DNA? What do you need? And I'm happy to give it to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember if that was a week that you were reasonably stable in Trenton, or had you flown?
No, I had been in Ottawa. Early in the week for some meetings over in Gatineau for one of the, especially for the C-17 acquisition. I was project director when I was here in Ottawa for that, so just some follow-up stuff for that.
Okay.
So I had been here at some point in that week. Again, I can't remember how the days all fell together, but I seem to remember that I got this word shortly after having come back from Ottawa. It seems to me it was the same week.
So if we were to do a similar investigation in your background, is there anything you can think of that anybody may have misinterpreted, or anything in your history that somebody might say Russell Williams
Absolutely
did this?
No.
Okay.
Be very boring.
What's that?
It'll be very boring.
All right, because essentially that's what I'm looking at. Is that you seem like a very intelligent person, and I think you can see how a surprise like that would certainly set off some alarm bells in our investigation, right? Okay. So the next thing we need to cover off is, well, I'll just ask you this straight out. Given the types of crimes we're investigating, do you get much chance to watch television shows, CSI, things like that?
I do watch, I prefer Law and Order, but I do watch CSI occasionally. Yes.
Okay. So you have an idea of, obviously, the forensic capabilities, things like that are out there. What would you be willing to give me today to help me move past you in this investigation?
What do you need?
Well, would you be willing to supply things like fingerprints, blood samples,
Sure.
things like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Footwear impressions?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think that's what we're gonna ask you to do.
Okay.
All right. Now we have a process we have to go through to do that.
And Russell asks him, is this going to be handled discreetly? Because if the base hears that I'm in here being questioned at all over this, it could have a significant impact on my career. And he tells him, of course, that's why you're down here on a Sunday. We're not trying to make a spectacle out of this situation, which was very respectful. I mean, he is the colonel after all. So
can I assume you're going to be discreet?
It's possible. Yeah.
Because, this would have a very significant impact on the base if they thought you thought I did this.
Well, bottom line, Russell, that's one of the reasons we're here on a Sunday afternoon.
Okay.
The military certainly be of great assistance to us, especially in relation to Ms. Como's investigation. So that's certainly one of the things that went into our decision to give you a call at home day and see if we could deal with this today.
Okay.
So, okay.
So the question goes on several hours. And each date that Russell was questioned about, he had an alibi for. So no problem. The detective and Russell speak again, and he brings up tire tracks. And he tells Russell, there were tire tracks behind Jessica Lloyd's house. And they match your tires, Russell.
What kind of tires do you have on your Pathfinder?
I think they're Toyo.
Okay. Do you know the brand name or sorry, the
I think
make?
it is, I don't. Sorry, the make is Toyo.
Yeah.
I don't know the model.
Okay. I'll read this off to you, see if it rings a bell. Ever heard of, does Toyo Open Country HTS
That sounds
make any
right.
sense?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you have those tires put on your Pathfinder?
Well, it's the second version we've had of them, so I think it might have been this past fall. They replaced other ones we'd had on the same.
Okay.
Well, Toyo, I can't say that they were exactly the same model, but our dealership here in Ottawa says they're very popular for the Pathfinders.
Okay.
And they were good. They lasted a long time.
All right. I've had to, I think you were talking about the whole idea of the MPs helping us with our investigation. So you have the same system as we do at our headquarters with the swipe cards. One of the things one of our investigators did is they made a call while I was talking to you there because we were trying to work through that week of the 23rd of November.
Okay.
23rd being the Monday, 24th being the Tuesday.
Okay.
What they've told us is that, and I want to make sure I get this right, is that on the 23rd, your swipe card was being used at the base. Okay.
Okay.
On Tuesday, 24th, there was no use of your swipe card.
Okay.
And then on the following days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, there was what appeared to be average activity of your swipe card on the base. Does that make sense to you?
It does. That says that I was in Ottawa on the Tuesday.
Okay. Do you remember where in Ottawa you were?
Yeah, I was in Gatineau with, as I said, meeting about the C-17.
Okay. Now, again, I want to be fair to you here. We're going back 2 months.
Yeah.
Are you sure that would have been the day you were in Ottawa?
Well, only because I wasn't at the base.
Okay.
So I can't remember, honestly, that that's the day I had the meeting in Ottawa, but if I wasn't at the base, it was because I was here.
Okay. Now, if that is the day you had a meeting in Ottawa, do you remember being at the base on the Monday, the 23rd, and swiping your card in and out? Do you remember what you would have done that evening to get to Ottawa for that meeting? Like, would it be...
I drove to Ottawa in the morning of the day of my meeting. So if it was the Tuesday, then I would have left Tweed. It was a very foggy morning that morning. And I drove in that morning.
Okay.
So I would not have been at the base the day I was in Ottawa because the meeting started at 8:30 or something.
Okay, so you leave the base, you would have went home to your residence in Tweed.
Yeah.
And then you left Tweed in the morning and drove up to your meeting in Ottawa?
Yep.
Okay. You leave the meeting in Ottawa is a daytime meeting, evening meeting, or do you remember?
Yeah, it was a daytime meeting, finished, I don't know, mid-afternoon or so.
Okay.
We had lunch and then finished. I think my wife and I had dinner because she was here for work, and then I headed back.
Okay. Well, these are the kind of things I'm trying to draw out here. That's helpful to us. Do you remember where you had dinner?
Well, I don't remember exactly the restaurant, but it was in Westboro because that's where our house was being built at the time. So we had dinner, in a restaurant that we would expect to be able to frequent once the house was finished.
Okay. Remember how you paid?
One of us would have paid by MasterCard, I think.
Okay. Are you sure about that, or?
Pretty sure. That's normally how we pay for meals.
All right.
Can't remember if it was me or my wife that paid, but one of us.
Okay. And do you remember which restaurant it was again?
No.
Okay. All right. And you see what I'm getting at, right? I mean, that can be very helpful for us because we can track that issue, right? We can put somebody paying for a meal at a location.
Well, I was meeting with 15 people or so that day. So.
Okay. What time did the meeting end?
I would say between 3 and 4.
Okay. And are you sure that that's the same day you went out with your wife?
Well, I think so. Yeah, because she was here, and I think that was the day we went to this restaurant in Westboro. Yes.
Okay. You finished dinner, and do you remember what you did that evening?
I would have driven back to Tweed.
Okay. And you would have. Now, again, I know we're talking 2 months ago here, but do you remember specifically having dinner and then driving back to Tweed, or do you remember? Are you just guessing here?
No, I'm not really guessing. I mean, I believe that this night at this restaurant was following the meetings in Ottawa.
Mm-hmm.
And I, kissed my wife goodbye and headed back to Tweed to go to work the next day.
Okay. All right. The tires that you have on your truck, right? The reason I asked you about that is there any time, I mean, you recall where you were stopped by the officers there?
Yes.
Okay. Did they explain to you what the significance
So
of
that was her house.
That was her house.
Yeah.
Okay. So you remember that location?
Yep.
Do you remember what the crossroad was, or?
I don't think there was a crossroad. It's sort of just on the south end of 37.
Okay. When you get stopped at that location, has there been a time in the recent 1 or 2 weeks that your vehicle has left that road for any reason whatsoever? Have you driven into a field with your vehicle at all for any reason you can think of?
No.
Okay. Because I want you to rack your brain here. This is important. So
Yeah.
is there anything you can remember doing that, would have caused you to drive off the road at that section of roadway?
No, that's my early, that's the early part of the highway, and just head north. It's about 30 minutes from there to, probably 20 from there to my house.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that when the CSI officers were looking around her property, that they identified a set of tire tracks to the north of her property? Looks as if the vehicle left the road and drove along the north tree line of Jessica Lloyd's property. Okay. They took, they examined those tire tracks. And they have contacts in the tire business. Obviously, tire tracks are a major source of evidence for us.
Sure.
Shortly after this investigation started, they identified those tires as the same tires on your Pathfinder.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. One of the other things that they do to try and identify the type of vehicle that may have left those tires, well, is they do 2 things. They talk to witnesses. Okay. There was a female police officer that actually drove by that location that evening and recalls seeing an SUV type vehicle in the field up to the north of Jessica Lloyd's house, consistent with a Pathfinder. Okay. Could maybe consistent with other things, but consistent with a Pathfinder. And they what they also do to try and identify the type of the vehicle is they look at what they call the wheelbase width. Okay, because different vehicles, different makes, models have wheelbase width. So they can take those 2 sets of tire tracks, measure the distance between them, okay, and determine what the width is.
Sure.
And then they can enter that into a vehicle database, and it will spit out the types of vehicles. Okay, your Pathfinder's wheelbase width is very, very close to the width of the tires that were left in that field. Okay. Do you have any recollection at all of being off that road?
No, it was not off the road. No.
Okay. All right. Russell, is there anything you can think of? Let's go talk about Marie-France Como for a minute, okay? Is there any reason at all you can think of that during our investigation, obviously we're searching computers, things like Blackberries, right? Electronic devices, looking through houses for things that are in handwriting, written notes, diaries, things like that. Now, I'm not at liberty to tell you what the content was, but is there any reason at all you can think of why Marie-France Como would have specifically referenced you in some of her writings?
Not at all.
No?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Is there anything that she ever said to you that led you to believe that there might be something more than a passing interest with her towards you?
Not at all. No, we spent, one flight together talking. I'd go back occasionally and talk. No, if that's the case, that's very surprising.
Okay. All right.
Now, Russell's seeming concerned at this point because they're getting very specific on these tire tracks. And he's quiet for a while. And soon, the detective brings in the shoe prints that Russell just gave, right? And then remember, there were shoe prints leading from the door to the back of the property. And he places those down in front of Russell. And he says, these are kind of like fingerprints because yours match. They match. These match, Russ. Russell's like, well, that's very concerning, isn't it? It's very concerning. What does that mean exactly?
Here, that I'm going to treat you with respect, and I've asked you to do the same for me. We talked about the whole idea of how we've approached you here. Okay, the trying to be as discreet as possible. Okay, but the problem is, Russell, is every time I walk out of this room, there's another issue that comes up. Okay, and it's not issues that point away from you; it's issues that point at you. Okay, and I want you to see what I mean. All right. This is the footwear impression of the person who approached the rear of Jessica Lloyd's house on the evening of the 28th and 29th of January.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Now, I want you to keep in mind that this is slightly smaller, okay, in scale. Okay.
Okay.
All right. That's not to scale. That's the footwear is actually bigger.
Okay.
If you look here on the ruler, you'll see that 1 inch is just slightly smaller than an actual inch. Okay. But this is the way it prints off on the computer.
Yeah.
I'm going to move this over so you can see what I mean. All right. Because essentially, when you're dealing with footwear impressions, we have a gentleman on the OPP who's basically world-renowned. His name is John Norman. And essentially, with footwear impressions, you're in a situation where you're pretty much in the area of fingerprints. Okay. And essentially, what we're talking about here is, especially when you start adding in other pieces of information that support an investigative position. Okay. This is a photocopy of the boot that you took off your foot just a little while ago. Okay. Now, I'm not an expert in footwear impressions, so I rely on the experts. Footwear impressions are very much like fingerprint comparisons. Okay. You take a look at this print, and again, this is one print. This person walked through. There's several different prints to compare. So we're going to get features off of one print to compare, features off another print to compare. These are identical. Okay. Your vehicle drove up the side of Jessica Lloyd's house. Your boots walked to the back of Jessica Lloyd's house on the evening of the 28th and 29th of January. Okay. You want discretion. We need to have some honesty, okay? Because this is getting out of control really fast, Russell. Okay, really, really fast. This is getting beyond my control. All right, I came in here a few hours ago and I called you the way I called you today because I wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt. But you and I both know you were at Jessica Lloyd's house, and I need to know why.
And the detective tells him, Russ, we've actually got a search warrant, and it's happening at your brand new home with your wife there. So, are we going to find anything there? And Russ stays very quiet. He's thinking about that question. Russell's only concern is his wife, Mary Elizabeth. He just got her dream home. Her floors were gorgeous. She got a brand new piano. And he's thinking she's having to go through all this nonsense. Why? He wants to minimize the effect that it's going to have on his wife. And the detective promises, we're going to do everything that we can do to minimize the impact on her. However, we do have people there now, and they are searching, much like they did with Larry. And he asks the detective, how can we minimize the impact on Mary Elizabeth? And Jim Smith replies very casually, well, you start with the truth.
That's fine. Now let's get back to the issue. What's that?
So you talk about perception. My only two immediate concerns from a perception perspective are what my wife must be going through right now.
Yeah.
And the impact this is going to have on the Canadian Forces.
Where do we go? Russ, is there anything you want from me? Is there anything you want me to explain? Is there something missing that you're struggling with that I can shed some light on for you?
I'm struggling with how upset my wife is right now.
Russ, what are you looking for?
I'm concerned that they're tearing apart my wife's brand new house.
So am I. But if nobody tells them what's there and what's not, they don't have any choice. Computers will be brought to Microsoft in California. They'll be picked apart. You can't erase things from computers. It doesn't happen. I'm sure you've seen that. I'm sure that's pretty common knowledge these days. It just doesn't happen. They sell programs that to try and help people clean their computers or stuff, and our guys are pulling that stuff out all the time. The FBI is pulling that stuff out all the time. This investigation will end up costing no less than $10 million. Easy. And they will say no to nothing. Any request this major case manager makes on this case, they've already been told it's approved. Don't even bother asking.
So as I said, Detective Jim Smith is a brilliant interrogator. He picked up right away on the fact that Russell's concern was his wife's new house. Of course, the military as well, but Russell really did not want to upset Mary Elizabeth. So not only does he confess, but he draws them a map of where everything is. And we went over previously how in college he was very organized. I mean, it's probably how he rose up so quickly in the military, being disciplined, organized. These are some photos of how he cataloged the underwear, where he kept some of the tapes from his camcorder. They were hidden right in his homes, right where his wife could find them if she had looked. And it's unbelievable how calm he is, how nonchalant he is while explaining where these things are. No problem. Here you go. I don't know. I almost felt as though he felt they wouldn't figure it out, right? But when he knew that they had figured it out, there was no emotion. It was just like, oh, okay, yeah, you figured it out. Okay, so here's everything, and I'm going to prison. Bye, career. Bye, Mary Elizabeth. Bye, Rosebud, the cat. Just, okay. Now, the court case does end up happening. But again, I'm going to leave the full interrogation for you to watch. I got this from the Mob Reporter. but the interrogation is all over the internet. You can find it all over YouTube. I encourage you to go and listen to this, and maybe even to get the books about this case, because it fascinated me for well over a year that a man of his stature with a normal life, completely normal life, wonderful wife, great neighbors, stellar career, could do the things that he did. And what led him to the young girls, let's keep that part in mind as well. The 12-year-old girl, Samantha, wrote the paper about Russell, how greatly she admired him. He was going to let his friend Larry, his neighbor, go down for this with no problem whatsoever. And Larry is quite confident that he would have been in prison had they not caught Russell, because they weren't really letting up the pressure. They wanted to know who was doing this. In total, there were 82 crimes, 82 break-ins. That is unbelievable. So the colonel's day would look like getting up super early and driving out to the base and working all day, and sometimes flying people and meeting people like the Queen. He's meeting the Queen and coming home to Tweed, changing, I'm sure, out of his uniforms and doing his jogging. And in those jogs is where he was breaking into homes in the middle of the night and doing the things that he was doing. It's absolutely shocking to me. And I know in part one, when we were all chatting in the chat, people were thinking maybe a homeless person because he smelled dirty. Who knew? Who knew that it is the most regarded man on Cozy Cove? I hope you guys enjoyed this. I enjoyed telling you. It, again, has been a story that I've been obsessed with. I hope I did justice to the victims by telling you more about them than focusing on him. He is not the one who needs to be remembered in all of this. He is quite a character, yes. But there was Jane and Samantha and the 11-year-old twins and Anne Marsan and Jessica Lloyd and Marie France and, the ladies who lived there, Lori, the ones who were scared, the 15-year-old girl who could no longer sleep in her bedroom. So keep them in mind. While these crazy people are fascinating, the victims deserve the story. They deserve the story. So off to start researching for the next one. I thank you guys so much for tuning in. You're so appreciated, and I will see you soon. Bye.
So that was Russell Williams. How long did he get in prison? I think he's there forever, ever. Yeah. He's there forever, ever. There'll be no more anything for Mr. Russell. There will not. That guy there, I tell you. I was obsessed. Obsessed. I've read the books. I've listened to the audiobooks. All the things on that guy. So, all right, we're going to hop over now to Aiden. Okay? Are we ready for that one? Because they're still at lunch. We're going to listen to this on 1.25. Pshum. Here we go.
All right. Are there any objections or exceptions to let's start with the pre-sentence investigation from the state, from the defense?
Your Honor, I mean, we were going to address any objections on Wednesday morning. I understand the court's asking now if we could just
revisit it this afternoon.
Okay, have you had a chance to review this?
Yes, Your Honor, but there were several other things that we were going to object to. And specifically, we could address it this afternoon. If the court wants to address it today.
Well, before we get started, I just want to know if there's anything about this document that's objectionable, but I guess we can address it this afternoon if you need some time to further think about it. How about the Department of Juvenile Justice report?
No, Judge. Same issue.
All right. Okay, any other matters we need to address this morning before we get started from the state? Anything else from the defense before we get started?
Before we recess today, before we recess for lunch, yes.
Before we recess for lunch? So anything we need to address right now?
No.
All right. Okay, do we have witnesses that are ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, State, you may call your first witness.
State calls Deputy Robert Maloney.
All right, Robert Maloney. Sir, if you'll pause right here in front of the clerk and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, if you'll come on up here and have a seat in the witness stand.
Thank you. Good morning, Deputy. If you would, please introduce yourself to the court.
Good morning, I'm Detective Maloney, St. Johns County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office?
Almost 2.5 years.
And what was your prior law enforcement experience?
I'm a retired sergeant from the NYPD, and I also worked in the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office as an investigator.
How many total years of law enforcement do you have?
20.
What were you doing with the agency back in May of 2021? What was your role?
I was on patrol in the Northwest sector.
Did that particular area include the Durbin Crossing neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to May 9th, 2021. Were you working that particular day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what day of the week was that?
It was Mother's Day on Sunday.
Did you get dispatched to a call reference a missing juvenile that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember what time?
May I refer to my notes, Your Honor? Approximately 10:06 in the morning,
And where did you respond?
231 Cloister Bean Drive.
Who was the complainant or person that called 911 that you met with?
Tristan's mother, her name was Stacy.
What did you learn after speaking with Stacy Bailey? What did you need to do?
When they woke up in the morning, Tristan wasn't in her room. She stated she believes she left sometime after midnight. They haven't seen her, weren't able to get in contact by phone, and none of her friends have heard from her.
And so what did you appear to do upon hearing that information?
Well, I checked inside the residence. With any type of missing or runaway, you always do that. Bedrooms, closets, check the perimeter of the residence, and she was nowhere to be found. So we learned some different names of individuals, friends, or whatnot that she could be hanging out with. So I started following up on those leads.
Okay. Did you or the family members attempt to contact her by phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you learn anything? What was happening when you would reach out by phone?
It was going directly to voicemail. It wasn't even ringing.
And where was the first residence you visited to check on her whereabouts?
May I refer to my notes, Your Honor? Thank you. First residence I arrived at was 145 Telford Drive.
And who is supposedly at that residence you wanted to check with?
His name is Dafius Absher, but his nickname is Trey.
And do you recall what time you arrived at the Absher home?
11:07 a.m.
That first time in stopping at the Absher home, did you gain any useful information?
No,
What did you do after that initial stop, and then where'd you go from there?
just followed up on some other leads.
Did you eventually go back to 145 Telford and speak with Trey again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you learn anything there that caused you to continue on a lead?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you learn
I
there?
learned that Tristan was at that residence in the very early morning hours with Aiden Fucci, and that they eventually left there approximately 1 in the morning.
And what did you do in response to learning that information?
From there, I went to Aiden Fucci's residence,
And what address was that?
724 Castledale Court,
And do you know approximately what time you arrived at Aiden Fucci's residence?
11:40 a.m.
Your Honor, may I approach? Do you have Your Honor, actually, without objection, state move in state C and G.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be received as states exhibits 1 and 2.
And permission to publish as necessary, Your Honor. All right, Deputy Maloney, and can you just describe to the court, there's some things marked on here. Do you see the Absher home and ultimately the Fucci home marked on that map?
May I stand, Your Honor? I can't
Yeah,
see.
you can
Thank
either-
you. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, thank you, sir. Okay. The bottom of the screen, there's a yellow pin that marks the Absher residence.
There's one also marking the Bailey residence, and there's one marking the Fucci residence.
Okay. So do you recall approximately the distance between the Apsher home and the Fucci home in that neighborhood?
Maybe a mile, maybe a mile and a half.
When you go to the Fucci residence the first time, approximately 11:40 a.m., what did you see when you arrived and who did you interact with?
The garage door was open. As I approached the garage door, Aiden was standing directly in front of me. He was in the garage with his mother and I believe it was his stepfather.
Did you speak with them, tell them why you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did you tell them and what information did you receive that time from Mr. Fucci?
Well, I explained to him that we were investigating where Tristan was. She wasn't home. I told him that I found out that he was at Dafius Absher Trey's residence. I asked him, where did you guys go? What happened? He stated they left about 1 a.m. from Dafius's residence. He stated that Tristan turned onto Cloisterbane as they passed it walking on North Durban Parkway. And then he said he went right home.
And Cloisterbane would have been the street where her residence was, correct?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, just south of North Durban Amenity Center.
Okay. And did he indicate what time he got home that night, or did you ask that question?
Approximately 3:30 a.m.
And when he told you that he didn't get home till 3 or 3:30, did you ask any more questions about that?
Yes, ma'am. I told him his timeline doesn't match up. So it wouldn't take you roughly 2 hours to get home from that distance. He then stated, this isn't verbatim, Your Honor. Stated that he walked by himself alone for a while.
After that initial encounter in the garage with Aiden and his mother and stepfather, what did you do?
I went and followed up on another lead, ma'am.
And did you eventually come back to that Fucci residence?
Yes.
And you know the timing of the second time you were at that residence?
Yes, ma'am. 12:20 in the afternoon.
What did you do this time?
Well, this time I knocked on the front door of the residence. I believe the garage door was closed. I asked if I could speak to Aiden again because he was the last one that we know that was with her. So we ended up sitting on the front porch of the residence and just talking. I thought maybe, he texted her and she contacted him. Maybe he thought of something else that could help find out where she was.
And when you say we, who was on the front porch at that time?
Myself, Aiden Fucci, his stepfather, and I think his uncle or some other relative was out there.
And did his mom come out as well at certain points?
Possibly, I don't remember, ma'am.
Okay. When you talked to him on the porch, what information did you learn, if anything, new or different at that time?
Nothing different.
Okay. And as you're talking to him, do you ask him to do something for you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what'd you ask?
I asked if he'd be willing to take a ride in my patrol car with me to drive along the path that he stated he walked with Tristan. This way I could look for traffic cameras on houses, anything that would help. Possibly, we can view a camera and say, oh, this car picked her up or whatnot.
And did he agree to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did his stepfather or a parent know that that was happening and agree with that?
Yes, ma'am. I asked the stepfather if that would be okay. He said yes. And he also stated, can I follow in my golf cart? I said, that's no problem at all.
And did the stepfather, in fact, do that?
Yes.
And so now you have Aiden Fucci in your car and you're taking him on this path. I'm going to show a different map. Let me see for the record which one is it. It's 2. Okay. It's 2. And just use it as you need to as we explain this.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the court what happened when you took him in your car and the conversation that developed in the car.
Thank you. We started at Dafius Absher's residence because that's where he walked off with her. As we were driving along the path, we turned onto North Durban. And as we were approaching Cloisterbane, we were just talking, was trying to gather evidence of, hey, she had a friend's house, whatnot. And I asked him, okay, well, what point did she break off with you? Was it before Cloisterbane, at Cloisterbane? And he kept changing the story. And it kept getting further along after Cloisterbane, where he said, well, we just kept walking and hanging out.
Okay. And this road that sort of runs through the middle of this map, that's North Durban Parkway?
Yes, ma'am.
You can see the amenity center and the Leaf Hall is marked, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What happens as you're driving him up North Durban Parkway towards Leaf Hall? What does he tell you?
He tells me that they had a fight.
Okay. And can you explain to the court exactly what he said and what you had him do?
Yes, ma'am. My apologies to the court. He stated that she grabbed his penis, and that he didn't like it. He didn't want to cheat on his girlfriend. So he got mad and he pushed her and she fell on the ground and hit her head.
And where did he describe that occurred at?
Leaf Hall Drive.
Okay. And what did you do when he told you that?
Oh, I asked him if he could show me. He said yes. So I turned my vehicle around. I did a 3-point turn. I parked on the facing southbound on North Durban on the west side on the sidewalk, right opposite Leaf Hall Drive. We got out of my vehicle, walked over to where the sidewalk is. The sidewalk had some bushes, and I asked him to demonstrate what happened.
And did he do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And was his stepfather in the vicinity and other members of his family, I believe, arrived about that time?
Yes.
Okay. And what does he say he did after he pushed her down?
He said he walked off northbound on North Durban.
towards his, which would have been toward his residence. Is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay. And so what happened next? Where did you take him?
Next, I brought him back over to my patrol vehicle. At this time, I took all his belongings away and I placed him uncuffed into the rear of my patrol vehicle because now I felt it's in custody. He's not allowed to leave.
And did you kind of advise your supervisors of what he had said and the change in that story at that point?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And so where did you go with him at that point? What happens?
I brought him to the parking lot of the North Durban Amenity Center. That's where a lot of the sheriff's office was staging in regards to trying to find her.
And do you sit with him in your car for a period of time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember approximately how long you stayed there with him that
I was
day?
I was with him from, well, when I picked him up originally, but at the amenity center, I arrived at 2:12 in the afternoon. I don't remember the exact time. Custody of him was transferred over to someone else to bring him down to CID. That was in the evening.
In the evening, okay. And did anything occur with him in the vehicle with you?
Yes, at one point, I'm typing my notes, my report, and I felt the back of the seat get kicked. And I turned around to see what was going on. Aiden was crying, and he said, "Can I refer my notes again, Your Honor?" Thank you, sir. And he stated, "I'm going to get arrested," pardon my cursing, "I'm going to get arrested for bullshit." I didn't ask him any questions. I just stated, if you didn't do anything wrong, you had nothing to worry about.
And so you stated at some point later that evening, he was transported to the sheriff's office here, Criminal Investigations Bureau?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that was by another deputy?
Yes, ma'am.
During your interactions with Aiden Fucci that day, did he have any problems understanding your questions and communicating with you?
No,
Did you have any concerns he was under the influence and that you shouldn't be asking him any questions?
no,
Did you have any more involvement after you turned over custody to him and went home that day?
no.
No further questions, Your Honor. Leave this or take it?
You can go, stay back.
Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Just briefly, you testified initially that when you first went to Dofus Absher's house, you didn't get any useful information.
Correct.
And is that because you learned later that Mr. Absher was not being forthright?
Correct.
When you went back and you met with Aiden in the garage, did he appear nervous and fidgety to you?
Aiden?
Yes. The second time you went.
Oh,
not-
the second?
Yes.
The second time? The second time wasn't in the garage. The second time was on his front porch. The first time contact with Aiden was in his garage.
At that point.
At that point, no.
Okay. Would you say he was nervous and fidgety on the front porch and answering your questions?
No.
Not at all.
No.
Sorry, I guess I have to ask you that. Sorry. So I was not on this case when you did a deposition, but do you remember doing a deposition in the case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that deposition, Mr. Mosley from our office was asking questions.
Okay.
Okay. And of course, you remember in the deposition, you swear to tell the truth and
Yes,
answer
sir.
all the questions appropriately. So I'm going to ask you to review a deposition for the state. I'm just looking at page 8. This is line 15. Do you have your deposition in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
What
great.
page?
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Page 8. And then line 15 is what I'm looking at. And basically, if you could just review 15 through 22.
Question, was this initial contact that you're making with Aiden, did you record this? No, sir. What was his demeanor like? Nervous? What made you seem nervous to you? He kept fidgeting, kept looking around, kept putting his hands in and out of his pockets.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just asking if that was my question. Did he appear nervous or fidgety to you?
Well, during the deposition, it was a lot sooner after the encounter than it is today.
Oh, are you saying your memory is a little different?
Just for the nervousness.
Fair enough. Okay. Those are all my questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the state? No. I made this witness be excused. All right, sir. Thank you very much. You're free to go.
Thanks, sir. Thank you.
State, you may call your next witness. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can come on up here and have a seat in the witness stand. State your witness.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Marilyn Butts, MarilynButts.
Thank you, ma'am. How are you employed, ma'am?
I'm a crime scene technician for the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office Forensics Unit.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity with St. John's?
7 years.
And do you have any prior experience in the field?
I do. I was a crime scene technician for Louisville Metro Police Department in Louisville, Kentucky for 9 years and employed with the PD since 2002 prior to that.
Were you working with the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office as a crime scene technician in May of 2021?
I was.
And specifically on May the 9th of that year, did you become involved in an investigation in what started out to be the disappearance of a girl named by the name of Tristan Bailey, but was later learned to be a homicide?
Yes.
At what point in that investigation did you become involved?
Approximately 4:58 p.m. on May 9th, I was notified by my supervisor, Jennifer Ferraro, that I needed to respond to 750 North Durbin Parkway.
At that particular point in time, did you sort of have an idea of what your role might be right then?
I had a general idea. I became more aware once I arrived on scene.
And what happened when you arrived on scene?
Upon arriving on scene, my captain, Ryan Smith, called me on the telephone and immediately requested me to respond to 601 Saddlestone Drive, excuse me.
And now you said, at what time was that? 6:09, did you say?
It was 4:58 hours and it was 6:09 p.m. when I arrived on scene at the amenity center.
Okay. And that's when you spoke with Captain Smith and he asked you to respond to Saddlestone.
Correct.
Did you actually respond as requested?
I did. Myself and Supervisor Ferraro, we were riding together and we both responded there.
And what was located at 601 Saddlestone Road?
Upon arrival about 6:15 p.m., Captain Smith advised that a deceased female had been located in a wooded area southeast of 601 Saddlestone Drive.
Okay. And this particular area, was this a residential area, commercial area?
It was a residential area and it was the end of a cul-de-sac.
So when you get there and he and Captain Smith gave you sort of that information, what did you do?
I was briefed on the scene. I had been advised that Tristan had been found in a wooded area past there, and I was shown the path in which I believe the Deputy Neubauer had taken to get to where she was. I documented the scene with photography, moved into the pathway and over two fences and down the side of the retention pond to get to where she was located.
Okay. And you indicated that throughout this process, when you get on scene, you're kind of told basically what was found, where she was located. From that point forward, you're documenting this particular area, and you continue that through processing the scene where Tristan Bailey was found. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? You may. And then showing you what's been marked for identification purposes, states Exhibit A. Take a look at that to represent it.
I did.
And what do you recognize them to be?
Those are my scene photos.
Are they fair and accurate photographs as the scene appeared to you on May 9th, 2021?
They are.
This time, Your Honor, offer State's Exhibit A into evidence.
Any objection? Okay. That'll be received as State's Exhibit. Is that going to be 3 as a composite?
And publish State's 3.
Okay.
Just by the time I'm showing you State's 3A here, can you, it's like some kind of placard here, can you kind of just describe what we see in this photograph here?
It's my photo placard for the beginning of my photographs with the date, the case number, my name and ID number, and the location in which I photographed.
Moving to State's 3B, obviously this is an aerial, correct?
Correct.
And can you kind of give an idea of kind of, we talked about the location that you responded to, 601 Saddlestone. Where is that located on this aerial map?
It is the far right end of the cul-de-sac, the house on the south end.
Okay. And there's a notation there with a kind of a blue mark. Can you describe what that is?
That's the approximate location where Tristan was found.
Moving here to States 3C, what is this in this photograph?
This is the east side of the cul-de-sac, and the beginning of my photographs of where I made entry into the pathway to go across the fences.
I'm going to go back to 3B. And can you kind of describe, using this aerial map, and there's a screen right beside you that may be helpful to do this. Can you kind of describe where did you go when you got there, and after Captain Smith basically told you what was found?
Okay. I parked at the end of the cul-de-sac. I briefed with the deputies and command on scene. I then met with Detective Ramos, who had a drone that he deployed over the area. And once he saw a clearing and it appeared to be a body there, he showed me a visual, so I knew approximately where I was going.
Okay. Can you take the area map and show sort of where you went?
Mhm.
Can I have the witness stand down there? Shoot it. I can see it.
So I parked it right in this area here. The drone operator went down this way, down south on this grassy area, and he deployed in this general area. There was a clearing in the trees where he was able to show me on his screen a visual of where it appeared that a body was located. After that, I entered this area right here. There's 2 fences. I climbed over those and walked down this side of the retention pond to this location where there's another fence, and that's where I met Deputy Nybauer, and he indicated where she was on the south side of that fence.
All right, moving to States 3D, just kind of walk us through these and tell us what we're looking at in these photos.
I placed 2 flags at the entry of the path for photography purposes to show where I made entry into the scene.
And then 3E here is just more of that same path?
Correct.
Right. And 3F is just closer to that fence, is that right?
Yes.
Right. And then 3G kind of shows the proximity of the retention pond?
Yes.
3H is the retention pond, is that right?
Yes.
And then 3I, is this the path that you walk down toward Deputy Nybauer?
That's correct.
And 3J?
He is standing just north of the fence line where we made entry into the area where she was found.
And then 3K, what are we looking at here?
That's the fence that I went through to get to the actual scene.
3L?
Just another view of the same.
At this point, were you able to see the body of Tristan Bailey?
Barely.
3M?
That's coming through the fence and a little, maybe 15 feet south of the fence and looking back to the west where there was a clearing where she was located.
And is this exactly how she was found?
Yes.
And then going here to 3N?
Just another view.
And when you got to this location, were you able to see injuries that she may have suffered?
I did.
And 3O, what do we see in this photograph?
Just a closer up view of her
Were you
body.
able to see some of the injuries that you
Yes.
observed, and where were those located?
She had injuries on her arms and on her head and on her back.
3P,
Just another view of her arms.
3Q.
This is like a west-east view of where she was positioned.
Does this photograph also show any items that you were able to locate in the vicinity of her body?
Yes, I have photo marker number 2, which is the yellow placard in the photograph that has a $20 bill, a vape pen, a ring, and a cell phone.
And is that what we see here in States 3R
Yes,
and 3S?
that's all the items separated out.
The $20 bill, the cell phone, the ring, and the vape pen?
Correct.
Ms. Butts, how long did it approximately take you to process the scene there?
I was on scene at approximately 6:15 p.m. and at approximately 8:26 p.m., the medical examiner investigators arrived on scene to do their investigation. And then St. Johns County Fire Rescue assisted us with the transport to St. John's Family Funeral Home that was on standby at the back parking lot of the nursery that was the actually address where we were.
And they assisted in removing Tristan's
Yes.
body from the scene. And approximately what time was it that you sort of finished up there at the scene?
I finished up at 10:52 p.m.
And what were you asked to do next?
I was asked to respond to 724 Castledale Court a few
And-
minutes after midnight.
So not long after you finished it.
Correct.
What was your understanding of who lived at 724 Castledale Court?
I was told that that was Aiden Fucci's residence.
And did you respond as requested?
I did.
And approximately what time was it when you arrived there on scene at that house?
It was a little after midnight.
Can you kind of describe the residence as it first appeared to you when you got there?
It was a two-story dwelling with a three-car garage facing southeast. The downstairs consisted of a front entry dining room area. There was an empty room inside the door, a kitchen, a pantry, laundry room, master suite, and another bedroom and bathroom downstairs.
When you arrived on scene, was the scene secured?
It was.
And how so?
There was crime scene tape around the scene, and there was a deputy on scene for security.
What was your understanding of what your role was going to be as it related to this particular house?
I was told that we were executing a search warrant.
All right. And had a search warrant already been received, or did you have to wait for one to arrive?
I believe we had to wait a little bit, but we didn't make entry until we were told it was ready.
So once the search warrant got there, what did you do?
At that point, I photographed the scene and documented the scene, and then a search was performed.
And did you take photographs throughout the search of 724 Castledale Court?
I did.
You may.
All right, what was previously received, previously marked as State's Exhibit D, was it D or B? B will be received into evidence as composite exhibit, State's Exhibit 4, over objection.
May I publish States 4, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. So I'm going to go to States 4A. Again, we see another placard here. Can you just describe what this is?
That's my photo placard for the search warrant for May 10th, 2021 with the case number, my name and ID number, and the location, the address of the search warrant.
And moving here to 4B, this is just a front photograph of the home at 724 Castledale.
Yes.
Now, what I want to ask you here is, you kind of gave a brief description of what some of the interior of the house looked like, and we're going to see some photographs here. Was there a particular room in this particular house where evidence was found? And if so, where was that bedroom located?
Yes, the upstairs portion of the residence contained a bonus room, 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a common area that was at the top of the steps. And we concentrated most of the part in the northwest bedroom upstairs.
That would have been the bedroom of 8 Fuji.
Yes.
All right, so going here to States 4C, what area of the home is this?
That's the front entry.
You can see stairs here leading up to the second floor, is that correct?
Correct.
And then States 4D, what area of the home is this?
That's the upstairs like common area, and the door with the stickers on it is the northwest bedroom.
8 Fuji's bedroom.
Yes.
And then 4E is just a close-up of this same door, correct?
Correct.
Go to 4F, what do we see here?
It's a photograph with the door open.
And the next series of photographs, kind of what are you doing in those?
I'm doing overall photographs of the bedroom.
Here, 4G,
The desk area,
4H,
just from the door to the corner showing the bed,
4I.
and then straight down the other wall.
So you basically just kind of pan the room, is
Yes.
that correct? Then 4J, what do we see here?
That's just an overall from the opposite corner showing the closet.
And was that closet searched?
Yes.
Let me back up a little bit. Were you doing this by yourself? Do you have help with
No,
you?
I had Sergeant David Garnes and detectives James Giminaro, Jesse Howell, John Newman, and Kermit Kidder.
And sort of what was everybody's roles in the search of the home?
I've documented the house with photography, and as they were finding items of relevance, they would call my name, and I would come and do an overall mid-range and close-up of the item located.
And some of these detectives that you mentioned that were assisting you, were they also assisting you in helping search this particular bedroom that belonged to 8 Fuji?
Yes.
And was your attention brought to some items that were located inside the closet?
It was.
And then here in 4K, what do we see here once the closet is open?
A dresser that was inside of the closet.
Going here to 4L, what do we see here?
The middle drawers of the dresser inside the closet, specifically the left drawer that has photo marker number 2.
And what was located in that drawer?
That was in a black buck brand sheath that was empty inside of that drawer.
And then for M, this is just a close-up of that sheet that was found?
Yes,
And was that collected and placed in evidence?
it was.
Going back to 4N, what is this?
That's another photograph of the dresser where the items on the right side of the dresser between the dresser and the wall were removed.
4O.
Photo marker number 3 where items of evidence were located at the bottom.
And what particular interest was located in this area?
It was one pair of white Nike brand high top athletic shoes with possible blood. And
I'm going to go to 4P. Are those the shoes that you referred to?
yes,
And were they removed from that location?
yes.
All right, and then going to states 4Q and R, what are,
Those are
sorry.
just overalls of the shoes.
And you indicated that there was substance found on these shoes?
Yes,
And what did it appear to be?
possible blood.
And were those, you said the shoes were wet?
Yes,
And were those shoes collected and placed in evidence?
they were.
And then were they sent, later sent to FTLE for analysis?
Yes.
Photograph 4S, what do we see in this photograph?
That is a white t-shirt that was located underneath the dresser when the dresser was removed from the closet.
And that was brought to your attention and you took photographs of it?
Yes,
Was there anything unusual about this white t-shirt that was found behind that dresser?
it had possible blood on it also.
And is that seen in this photograph?
Yes.
Right, and then photograph 4T.
just a close-up of the bottom portion of the t-shirt.
And was this shirt also sent to FDLE for analysis?
Yes.
Move for you. What do we see in this photograph?
It's a pair of blue jeans.
And where were those blue jeans found?
Those were in a laundry basket in that room.
Was there anything unusual about these particular pair of blue jeans?
They appeared damp, and then when I got them back to the office, you could see possible blood.
So they were collected and placed in evidence?
Yes.
And were they sent to FDLE for analysis?
Yes.
Moving here to 4V, what do we see generally in this photograph?
This is an overall view of the desk that was in the room.
Was there anything of particular interest found on this desk?
There were some drawings that were located on the desk that were photographed.
Moving here to 4W, do we see any of the drawings in this photograph?
At the top of the photograph underneath the water bottle is one of the drawings.
Were any photographs found in any of the composition books that were located or notebooks that were found on that desk?
The black book in the left bottom left corner underneath the water jug had a drawing also that was photographed.
And going here, states 4X. Which of those, was this one of the notebooks or?
Yes.
And this is what you found in the notebook under the water jug?
Yes.
Right, and then going to states 4Y. What is this and where was it found?
That was another drawing, and I don't recall where that one was found.
But it was in the vicinity of the desk?
Yes.
And states 4Z. What is this and where was it found?
That is the drawing that was underneath the water bottle that was at the top of the first photograph.
Again, all these items were found in Aiden Fuji's bedroom.
Correct.
Did you also attend the autopsy of Tristan Bailey?
I did.
And what was your general role during the performance of the autopsy?
I photographed the autopsy and also collected evidence.
As a part of that process, did you collect DNA standards from Tristan Bailey?
I did.
And that would have been like buccal swabs, things that, blood standards that could
Yes.
identify her DNA. One moment, Your Honor. Was there anything found within Tristan's body that you collected in evidence that was later sent to FDLE?
Yes. I was advised that Dr. Bulick had located a possible metal fragment in her scalp.
Okay, and did you obtain that from the medical examiner's office and send that to FDLE for analysis?
I did.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Good morning. And I'm just going to start at the beginning where the state started, which takes us back to the scene. Okay. There was no evidence that that body had been moved, dragged to the location where it was found.
I did not see anything.
Okay. And the pictures that you took are how you first observed the body?
Correct.
So it wasn't covered in the palmettos that were available, wasn't covered in anything?
No, it was exactly how when I arrived on scene.
Not buried, not covered in dirt, just like we saw in the picture.
Yes.
The items in the composite of photos was letter S, and it was the items that were found next to her or in her vicinity, the vape pen, the money. The picture that we saw, that's you putting them together. That's not where they were found on the scene?
No, that's exactly where
But
they were found on
all-
scene.
I understand.
The photograph where they were separated out, I did.
That's what my question is. Okay. So the pictures, letters X, Y, and Z that you recovered from his bedroom. I just want to kind of skip ahead to that. Those three pictures the last three pictures we showed.
The drawings?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of those were on the table. Some of them were inside of a journal.
All of them were on the desk, whether they were one was in a journal, I do believe, that was shown when it was on the back portion of the journal, and the others were on the desk.
Were there other pictures in that journal besides that one?
No, I would have photographed anything that was in there.
Okay. The white T-shirt that was found under the dresser.
Yes.
That T-shirt wasn't wet, was it?
It didn't appear to be wet, no.
Okay. And you don't know when that T-shirt was put under that dresser?
No.
And while you testified there was possibly blood on it, it wasn't Was it ever returned from FDLE with the presence of blood on it?
I
Was it
believe-
tested for blood?
Yes, it was tested for blood.
Okay.
It gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
My question, I guess, is you don't know when it was put under there, underneath the dresser?
No.
Okay. So while the shoes were wet and the jeans you testified were wet, the shirt wasn't?
It didn't appear to be, no.
Okay. The jeans were just recovered inside a laundry basket?
Yes.
And as far as the drawings go, you don't have any personal knowledge as to who created those drawings, do you?
I do not.
Thank you.
You regret? All right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. State, you may call your next witness.
State Hall Sergeant Kurt Cannon.
And raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can come on up here and have a seat in the witness stand.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead and address that how you like. Good morning, sir. If you would introduce yourself to the court.
My name is Kurt Hannon.
And how are you employed?
I am a sergeant at the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with St. John's?
Approximately 7.5 years.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Ball State University in Muncie, Indiana.
What's your current role at the sheriff's office?
I am a sergeant on patrol.
And what was your role back in May of 2021?
I was a corporal in our major crimes unit.
How long had you served in major crimes at that point?
Excuse me, approximately 2.5 years.
I want to direct your attention to May 9th, 2021. Were you working or on call on that date?
I was, yes.
Working or on call?
On call.
Okay. When and how do you get alerted that there's an investigation into a missing teenager in St. John's?
At approximately 2:33 p.m., I received a phone call from my supervisor in major crimes unit, Sergeant David Garnes, notifying me there's a missing juvenile investigation, and I was asked to come and assist.
Up until approximately that point, patrol was sort of handling that investigation, but it was transitioning over to investigations. Is that fair?
Yes.
About that point? Okay. Where did you respond and who were you briefed by?
I responded to the North Amenity Center in Bearman Crossing at 7:30 North of the Parkway. I met with, excuse me, Deputy Robert Maloney and spoke to him.
Okay. And did he inform you of the information he had up until that point?
Yes, he advised me of information he had gotten from speaking with the Bailey family initially and speaking with two subjects identified as Dolphus Absher, who's goes by the name of Trey, and Aiden Fucci.
And was Aiden Fucci and or Trey with law enforcement at that time?
Yes, they were detained in law enforcement vehicles.
What do you do at that point? Do you stay on scene or do you go do something else?
I was on scene for a while. I transitioned to our staging area at Veterans Park with more resources started coming in, and I eventually moved to a Northwest Field office located at 725 Florida Branch Boulevard.
Does something get brought to your attention in the early parts of this investigation in reference to Aiden Fucci's cell phone and activity on that phone?
Yes, I was advised that he was posting to social media from the backseat of the patrol car.
And what did you do in response to that?
I requested that his phone be seized so that we could preserve any potential evidence based on that phone.
And what app or application did you learn Aiden Fucci was using to post to social media while being detained?
Snapchat.
Did you later obtain records from Snapchat confirming those
Yes, ma'am.
posts and videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Without objection, state would move in to admit states G. For the record, this is a business record certification from Snapchat and a selection of those videos to publish today in court.
Any objection? Okay. Without objection, that would be received as state's next numbered exhibit. Number 5. Thank you.
Permission to publish, Aaron? And Detective, there's a photo kind of describe what we have here with the four things we're going to display to the court, what each one of them is.
So the first one you see on the left is the original photo. And you can see where it's date and timestamp there, the name of the file. The second photo on the right is just a text banner that Snapchat overlays the text banner on top of that picture. And then the last two are videos.
Okay. And I'm going to start here with the photograph and then kind of have you explain that again as we open it up. Let me open this. And so for the record, I'm publishing States 5, a photograph of, just describe what you see here.
That would be Aiden Fucci taking a picture in the reflection of the barrier glass in between the front compartment and the rear compartment of the vehicle where passengers sit.
Okay. And how Snapchat returns the results to you, they also gave you this file. What does this state?
This is the text banner that was overlaid on top of that picture with the Snapchat post.
And what does it say for the record?
Hey guys, has anybody seen Tristan lately?
Okay. And so just so the court understands, this picture was displayed with that text over top of it.
Yes.
To the user on the Snapchat end that would see it.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know approximately when this was posted?
It would be in the timestamp. So it would be on the 9th of May at approximately 4:52 p.m.
Okay. And then I'm just going to play the next two videos that you received from Snapchat of interest.
Fun in a fucking cop car. Yep. Tristan, what's up, guys? Tristan, if you fucking walk out the damn. When you see this in a month, having fun in a fucking cop car. Yep. Tristan, what's up, guys? Tristan, if you fucking walk out the damn. When you see this in a month,
Then I'm going to play the next one.
car, guys. Tripping, dude. This in a fucking cop car, guys. Tripping, dude.
When you review the records, Snapchat indicates these file names are under memories. What is that? Does that mean it's something that the public can see, or he directly sent to like one individual?
No, that basically it's your homepage, if you will, your the snaps that you post. They're posted to your memories, and basically everybody can see those that you're friends with.
All right, so you're advised that that sort of thing is going on, asked that his phone be taken. At this time, are there detectives tasked with searching for video based on the information you had from Trey and Aiden at this point?
Yes.
What information, kind of what area of the neighborhood were they focusing on that time for video? Based on what you
So
knew?
based on the initial information that they obtained from Trey and from Aiden is that Aiden and Tristan had left from Trey's house at about 1 a.m. and were walking north along Durban Parkway, and they mentioned the amenity center. So we went to the amenity center to look for video there.
And what did you learn from the amenity center video?
There were two subjects that were seen walking past the amenity center, I believe, at approximately 1:24 a.m., which was consistent with the direction and time frame.
As the investigation continues on that day, when was Tristan's body alerted to your agency that it was discovered?
The sheriff's office received a phone call from a subject named Daniel Hart, who advised at 6:06 p.m., who advised that he had been out in a wooded area and found a deceased body at that point.
What happens with the investigation at that point, and specifically, what is your role?
At that point, it transitions into a homicide investigation, and I was designated as the case agent.
Do you go out to the crime scene at that point in the woods, or what do you do?
I did not. Crime scene technician Marilyn Butts was tasked to go out to the scene where she was located to process that scene and collect evidence, and then I was kind of gathering information and looking at what the next steps were in the investigation.
Do you proceed to write a series of search warrants for various residences and places?
Yes, we began to secure several different residences to either obtain consent to search from the homeowner or to draft search warrants.
And based on the location now of Tristan's body, are there detectives that are dispatched to that area to search for video?
Yes.
Okay. And sort of throughout the night, where do you end up stationed, where you're drafting warrants and things like that?
I'm at the Northwest Field Office.
Okay. As information comes in from video that's being located, is that relayed to you?
Yes.
As you're working on warrants and afterwards, what information of importance becomes available from surveillance in the Saddlestone Drive area?
We first got video, I believe, at approximately 7:54 p.m. from a residence at 541 Saddlestone Drive. On that video, it depicted two subjects walking east past the residence in the direction of the cul-de-sac on Saddlestone Drive. One subject appeared to be taller, and this was at the video captured then at 1:45 a.m. One subject appeared to be taller and could be seen wearing a pair of white shoes with a black Nike swoosh. The next video was at 3:27 a.m. and there was only one subject that was seen walking west away from the cul-de-sac.
That same subject that was previously wearing shoes?
Yes, and at 3:27, it was appeared to be the taller subject who was previously wearing the shoes. Now the subject appeared to be carrying the shoes in his hand.
And later that night, approximately an hour later, did detectives locate more video from Saddlestone that was helpful?
Yes, we located video at 586 Saddlestone Drive, which for reference is in the direction of the cul-de-sac from the first residence 541. On this video, there were two subjects observed walking east towards the cul-de-sac at 1:46 a.m. and they appeared to be, excuse me, the same two subjects. And then the next video shows one subject appearing to be the taller subject from the first video as well. The subject was running west away from the cul-de-sac at approximately 3:27 a.m. And you can see that in the video that he was carrying something in his hands.
You're finding that information out. Warrants are being executed. Where was the defendant ultimately brought and put at your agency?
He was transported to our Central Investigations Division and placed in an audio and video recorded room, and his parents were allowed to be in there with him.
Was your agency able to, did you attempt and were you able to get into Aiden Fucci's phone that night?
We obtained a search warrant to do a forensic download of his phone. However, Detective Causey, who was our digital forensics detective at that point in time, advised that due to the technical constraints of the phone, we weren't able to actually get a download from it. So we weren't able to get a download that night.
Okay. And the court has heard about the processing of 724 Castledale and the items of evidence that were removed from that room. You were advised of those items, the
I was,
shoes.
yes.
Sure, go ahead and just describe what you were made aware of from.
I was advised there was a buck knife sheath that was empty, did not have a knife with it. There was a pair of white Nike tennis shoes with a black swoosh that were wet, that were located behind a dresser in the closet that tested positive for the presence of blood. There's a white t-shirt that tested positive for the presence of blood. There was a pair of wet jeans that we obtained from the laundry hamper. And there was the drain trap from the bathroom adjacent to Aiden Fucci's bedroom. The drain trap tested positive for the presence of blood. And we also collected the DVR video surveillance system from the home.
Detectives and investigators that were in that Castledale home that night noticed what about surveillance about that home?
That there were video cameras on both the outside and the inside of the home.
Did you also draft a search warrant that night to collect evidence from the body of Aiden Fucci, collect a
Yes.
buccal swab,
Yes.
photograph him, things like that?
Major case forensics, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did your agency make a decision about an arrest of Aiden Fucci in the early morning hours of the 10th?
Yes, ma'am. We arrested him and charged him with second-degree murder at approximately 3:30 a.m.
I want to move to the next morning, May 10th. What do you do? I guess it was 3:30 in the morning already, but business hours the next morning, what are you doing?
I attended autopsy, which began at approximately 9 o'clock in the morning.
Investigation-wise, what sort of two things did you walk away from that autopsy and knowing and learning?
We learned that there were 114 stab wounds and that there was a metal fragment that was located with an X-ray that was located in Tristan's scalp.
Was there an effort to locate a possible murder weapon in this case, a sharp force weapon, and what efforts were made?
Yes. Approximately noon, our field force teams and our dive teams deployed to the wooded area that Tristan was located in attempts to locate items of evidence. Our field force team searched the wooded area and our dive team searched two ponds in that area.
Were you present for all or part of that search effort?
Yes, after I attended autopsy, after that concluded, I joined the search efforts that were in progress still.
And was that search effort successful
It-
in recovering evidence?
It was at approximately 6:30 p.m. A dive team member located a folding buck brand knife in the pond. The knife appeared to have the tip of the knife was bent and the very edge of it was broken or fractured off.
Were you present when that knife was recovered?
I was.
Without objection, state would move in states E and permission to publish.
No objection. That would be received as states number 6.
Okay. 6A is just an aerial of the general area that was searched by the dive team, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And states 6B and C show that area of the retention pond closest to where Tristan's body was located. If you kind of could just describe who's seen in this video and anything of note in this video, or photograph, excuse me.
So you're looking at from the first photo from A, you're looking at the larger of the ponds. This is looking in more of a southern direction. If you see the house on the right, that's where the cul-de-sac of Saddlestone Drive is. So the dive that's in the water is Deputy Todd Willis of the Sheriff's Office, a member of the dive team.
Okay. And you're okay. Is he in the proximate area, or does he have marked where he recovers the knife?
Yes.
And if you could describe it, and or can you step down, Your Honor?
Okay.
Hard to see.
So this is Deputy Alyssa, and I believe the marker for the knife is proper right there.
Brought up and collected was photo documented by another crime scene technician on scene, Technician Volmar. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And 6D, is that a photograph of that knife?
Yes, ma'am.
6E. And 6F. What does 6F show, that angle?
It shows the top of the blade and that the blade was bent.
And then I think in 6D, you can notice that the tip of that knife is broken off. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. On May 11th, moving forward in the investigation, was anything of evidentiary value learned on that date in relation to video from the Fucci residence?
Yes, Detective Causey had been reviewing video from the DVR system we collected during a search warrant and located video that shows Aiden coming to the residence at approximately 3:32 a.m. In the video, you can see that he's carrying his shoes with his hands. The shoes that he was carrying were a pair of white Nike shoes with black swoosh. So he enters into his residence. He goes upstairs to his bedroom, comes out of his bedroom wearing what appears to be a bathrobe and goes into the adjacent bathroom for a short period of time. And then after he's in the bathroom for a little while, he comes out and goes back to his bedroom.
And throughout this investigation and towards the end, as your agency's collecting all the video surveillance, did you and others work on, and was a presentation worked on for court purposes to show a timeline of Aiden's movements that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And as your agency was collecting video, was the times being verified and documented if any, there was any discrepancy in the video times?
Yes, ma'am.
Without objection at this time, the state would introduce States F and permission to publish.
What is States F?
I'm sorry, States F is a video surveillance presentation.
Any objection?
Objection.
That'll be received as States Exhibit number 7.
Okay, and just so the court is aware, just kind of overall describe in this presentation what these map slides show and the information.
So this is an overview of the northern part of the Durban Crossing neighborhood, just to orient you. The yellow road along your right-hand side there is St. John's Parkway, or County Road 2209. The road that kind of comes to the south of that, the main road, is Longleaf Pine Parkway. And then the road kind of going up to the middle of all of that is North Durban Parkway. Looking at going from south to north, you see the green arrow is the Absher residence at 145 Telford Drive. That's where Trey lives. The Bailey residence is there in yellow. The Fucci residence at 724 Castledale Court is there at the top in yellow. And then where Tristan was located is there in red at the end of Southstone Drive.
Okay, and in the top right of the map, there's information on the video that plays right after the map, time and location. Is that right?
Yes.
And then on the aerial as well, you see a little blinking green camera. Is that the location of the video that would play after this?
Yes.
And so what time were you guys actually able to go back and sort of start tracking Mr. Fucci's movements that day?
So we picked up his movements at approximately 5:17 p.m. on the afternoon of May 8th, which would have been Saturday.
Okay. And the video that we're about to see is from what location?
It's from 103 Wellwood Avenue, and it depicts Aiden traveling to the Absher residence.
Okay. Okay. And the next video is going to be at what time and what location?
It's at 6:25 p.m. And this is at the video is actually from 144 Telford Drive, which is across the street from the Absher residence.
Okay. And who is determined to be depicted in this video?
It would be Aiden and Trey.
And then the next video, we're going to show the time, same location, but what's the time and then who do we see?
At 6:31 p.m., it's Aiden and Trey, and Zoe responds to Trey's residence as well.
And who did you determine through the investigation Zoe was in relation to Aiden Fuji?
Zoe was Aiden Fuji's girlfriend. That's going to be Zoe coming on the skateboard towards the house.
Okay, in the next video, same location, what time?
At 6:43 p.m.
And what does it depict?
It depicts Aiden and Zoe leaving Trey's residence.
Okay, now we've moved. You see the camera, the blinking camera's actually gone a little south of the Absher residence down there. What location is this?
That's at 100 Woodcross Drive. That's Zoe's residence.
And they arrived there approximately 6:50?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then just 1 minute later, same residence?
Yes.
Different camera?
Yes.
And what did you note of relevance in this video, if anything?
Starting from the bottom to top of Aiden, you can see he's wearing white Nike shoes with a black Nike swoosh. He's wearing blue jeans and a white t-shirt.
And at 8:08 p.m., what does this next video show?
It's again at Woodcross Drive, and it shows Aiden leaving Zoe's residence. You can see he's still wearing blue jeans and white Nike shoes.
Okay, and this time he has a hoodie on over
Yes.
his clothes. And Zoe doesn't leave that time. Aiden leaves by himself, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Is that consistent with information you obtained from her?
Yes.
And so it's now 8:14. What do we see here?
We're back out at 144 Telford Drive across the street from Trey's residence, and it shows Aiden coming back to Trey's house.
And this is just him ringing the, this next video is him ringing the doorbell, is that right?
Yes.
You see that he has the hoodie on. Do you still see a white shirt underneath?
I do. He's also still wearing blue jeans, and at the beginning of the video, you can see he's still wearing white Nike shoes.
Okay. At 9:27 is the next time video's captured, and we're still at the Absher residence, is that right?
Yes.
Basically, what does this video depict?
It's showing Trey and Aiden in the driveway skateboarding.
Okay, we want to go back to the jury stuff. That's not it. Yeah, D, I know. It's crazy. I can't imagine now. Stop. Why do you want to give me a problem? Stop it. Stupid. Just let me reload.
Would you agree with me that sometimes actions speak louder than words if you don't have any words? Sure. Just give me a sec. What was my intent just then? Do you think my intent was to get a drink of water?
I don't know. Were you thirsty?
All right, let me ask, is your 26, is that your number? What did you think my intent was when I got? What?
Stop.
The stall? That, how did you determine that? I didn't tell you I was stalling, right?
It was on the context.
So if it was a crime for me to stall, would you be able to develop my mens rea, the intent to stall, based on what you do? Tricky, isn't it? Like one of the MCs used to say, tricky, tricky. Juror 25, what do you think about that?
There could have been lots of options. She could have been thirsty. Could have been stalled. I mean, I agree with both of them. Making that decision. And from action speak.
Well, I'll change it on you. You see me going to, what grocery store? You're King Soopers, you watch me walk in. See me go in the soup aisle. You see me go to the bottom shelf and get tomato soup, which I like. Take it out and go buy it. You don't talk to me, you don't know me, you don't know anything about me. Well, I'm mens rea based on what you said. Well, could you say, hey, that guy must have wanted some soup? You know what I'm saying? I'm going nowhere with this now. I'm gonna change topics.
Know that you're getting, I mean, I would see that you're getting soup, but it would mean nothing to me.
Got it. Now, I want to talk a little bit about legal insanity. Okay, we talked about that, and I want to pick on a couple people. Juror 64, how are you doing back there? You bet. And you are in that field, right, of mental health. And so, do you know whether or not legal insanity is a mental diagnosis?
I would say so.
Okay, why do you say that?
First of all, I do not, my personal opinion, I'm not believing. And that's reality, right? So maybe they might have paranoia delusions, but.
And I probably did a horrible job of asking the question, but legal insanity is a legal term. Lawyers, really. You won't find that in the DSM-5, right? It's not a mental disease or defect or a mental disorder. Does that help clarify a little bit?
Yes, what I'm saying is, it might not be legal, but in reality. Person can be totally disabled mentally. Fine. At that point, that might be the legally thing insanity.
Sure. And I understand that, no question. But do you also think there's some people who have mental illnesses that are legally sane?
Well, absolutely, most of them are.
And what do you say to that?
Most people, they know what they are doing. Might be kind of odd, but they know right from wrong. And that goes to delusion, so I suppose. Am I good?
And is that something that is obvious when you see it? What?
Most people, they are not.
And how do you go about making a diagnosis like that when you talk about psychosis, for instance?
But we normally talk to them. First time they're on. I look at their overall appearance, and then they really having psychosis. Severe cases.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Juror 51. How you doing? Bet you don't know where I'm gonna go now, right? Would you agree with what juror 64 said?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm not gonna go through the whole thing with you. Would you agree that, oh, well done. Can both of you, let me ask you, follow the instructions of law as it goes to legal insanity? And not and put aside what you may have experienced in your professional capacity?
Because I am on sitting there trying to assess the case to the defendant, right? So of course, I'm thinking I'm more into why she did it. Of course, it's my knowledge. I can put aside. I will not put that as the my profession.
And I'm not asking you, I'm just, the instructions that you get on what legal insanity says in the state of Colorado is instructional law. And I'm just asking if you can follow that despite what you may have heard or read, for instance, in other states or something like that with regards to legal insanity.
That I can do.
Okay, and I'm not asking questions very well. I apologize. How about you? You're 51. So. You're 50. How are you doing back there? Good. I don't think we've heard from you yet, have we? One of the things that is defined in the definition of reasonable doubt says that you're not allowed, or you can't speculate as to what doubt is. It's not a speculative doubt or vague speculative.
Kimberly, can you hear her?
And you can't assume facts that you don't hear out in trial. And you can't say, well, this must have happened. You hear about it, you can't use it. Okay. The reason, well, you tell me, why do you think it's not beyond any doubt? Burden. If you don't see it for your own eyes, would you be convinced without any doubt? If you actually witnessed the crime, you may have that beyond any doubt, but you wouldn't be a juror, right? You'd be a witness. Do you think that's reasonable to have that standard? Can you
Sure,
repeat
50, if you
something,
could.
please?
You just ask for the best.
I don't think so. How about you? Have you ever been 100% sure of anything? Goes back with your son. Stu, how are you? Probably didn't want me to ask you a question. All right. Hey, does 1 + 1 = 2? All right, this happens every time when I pick a juror. We have juror 28. Or no, I'm sorry, 20 or 29. Juror 29 said sometimes. Juror 29, why does 1 + 1 not = 2? If you saw my math grades. Is there any engineers left in the panel? They have an engineer. Okay, coming over here. Juror number 11. Why does 1 + 1 not always = 2? Okay. Well, every other jury I picked, I got this right, but this one I didn't. But even math may not be on a reasonable doubt is the point I'm trying to make. Okay, at least we don't know why, but you may have some doubt as to 1 + 1 = 2. Is that right, juror 29? Think that makes sense why it's beyond a reasonable doubt? Does everyone agree with that? Yes, okay. I want to go back to juror 66. How are you doing? What are your thoughts about all this? The reasonable doubt, burden, legal insanity, natural gas. That's what you're thinking about, right? Talk to me about that. It sounds like you provide natural gas or you help facilitate that for a large number of people. How are you going to do if you're on this jury? I'd take it over what we got right now. Why didn't you say something before? You don't even hear it out there. Right. I appreciate your eloquence and your response, because you're right on.
Totally off the question, right?
No, that's what I'm looking for, because we need to know that. And, you know, I'm sure no one in here is comfortable judging anyone. You know, that's not your role. That's not what you woke up this morning to do, right? Even though you had a jury summons, but you get my point. Does it help to know that you are really judging actions? Don't have anything to do with any potential sentencing? You're basically, like you said, you and 11 others are determining what the facts are. You and 11 others are determining how those facts apply to the law. And if you can't do it, there's nothing wrong with that answer. But if you can do it, let us know. That's my understanding. That's the problem with this whole process, because you don't have all the information, right? We're asking you hypotheticals, and we're asking you, what your thoughts are. And that's why it's difficult. It's really difficult to pick a jury, because I can't come out and say, hey, here's my facts, here's the law, what do you think? You'd make a fine juror. I can't do that. And so you're the only one who can tell us. I'd like you to think about it. And if my time is out, maybe you can tell someone else what your thought process is. But if you do come to a solution on that, raise your hand. I'll come back to you. Okay. Betcha. Juror 69, how are you doing over there? Yeah, that's what I'm calling on. Yeah. Well, tell me what you think. What do you say? Seven and a half years of school. What am I going to do?
Big decision.
And I just want to clear up for everybody. The fact that she's pled not guilty by reason of insanity doesn't take our burden away for the charges. We still have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that first, the crimes were committed. We also have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, if those crimes were committed, that she was legally sane at the time she committed the crimes. But I mean, are you okay with that burden being Right. But Russell Wilson. May have someone describe him as being the best quarterback I've ever seen. You had someone else describe him. Are you kidding me? He didn't make one good pass the whole game. Same game, two different perspectives, right? You think that happens in real life in criminal cases?
I have a version here.
If you can just speak up a little bit, please.
Sure thing. So yeah, with a perspective, it's just kind of the way that.
And so when you're talking about a criminal case, you can look at all the evidence as a whole before you come in and weigh someone's credibility.
Yeah.
Because what happens is we can only call one witness at a time, right? So you may be weighing that witness's credibility each time we call a witness. You really can't base a verdict until you go back to the rest of your jurors and deliberate and then look at the evidence as a whole. Can we do that? Can everyone do that?
You have about 2 minutes.
How are we doing back there? I forgot your number already. Let me come back to 66. What are we doing? All we can ask of anyone is do the best you can under the circumstances. Because, like I said, I can't tell you how it's going to go and what's going to happen. You're the only one that can tell me how you're going to react to evidence coming in, applying that evidence to the law. And I'm going to ask you outright, if we meet our burden beyond a reasonable doubt, you feel like she's guilty, can you come back and render a guilty verdict? Flip of that. If we don't meet our burden beyond a reasonable doubt, you listen to the entire case and you say, I don't think they got it. I'm not satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt. Can you find her not? That with an open mind. Okay. Can everyone do that? That's all we're asking you. If you cannot do that, raise your hand, please. Okay, those are my questions. Thanks so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Before we get to defense question, I wanted to do some follow-up on an issue. Juror 56, you had put on your questionnaire that your husband was having some surgery. And you were unavailable on April 3 and April 6. I'm sorry? Okay. And what date is the surgery? Let's see. So the 6th is a Thursday. Is he going in for that day or? Okay, and what's on the 3rd? Oh, all right. And is he going to be done on one day or, I mean, I'm trying to stints. Really?
But it needs to be done.
I mean, just from my perspective, stint sounds bad.
Yeah, it's not good.
Okay. Obviously, we would be starting trial on April 3 if we can, if everything works out the way that we think it's going to, or hope that it does. Are you going to be able to be here on April 3? Okay, the 6th is a Thursday. We don't have trial on any Thursday. But I am a little concerned, are you gonna be distracted on, like the 5th or the 7th or anything like that? Wondering about, oh, he's going in or he's just gotten out, I should be home with him, anything like that? Okay, okay, all right, I just wanted to follow up on that. Okay, thank you. Mr. Tellini?
How's everyone doing? Good, okay? All right, I hate this part of the trial, the beginning part when I can't talk, so I'm glad we're finally into this part. And again, I want to thank everybody in this room for coming back after lunch, after hearing what this was going to be about, and after hearing how long we might keep you. And I want to start off first about talking what this portion of the trial, this portion of the proceeding is, jury selection. Sometimes we call it board ire. That's just lawyers like to use fancy words to make sense, make it seem smarter. Board ire simply means to tell the truth. And we had a juror, I think she was juror number 57 over there, and she kept apologizing because she had these preconceived ideas because of the meeting and everything, and kept apologizing for not being able to put them out of her mind. But what I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, she did exactly the right thing. You guys have no other obligation right now other than to be honest, to talk about where your heart is right now, talk about where you're sitting right now. Nothing else like that. We're not asking you to change views. We're not asking you to do anything impossible. Just tell the truth. Can everyone just be honest and tell the truth? Everyone can do that? All right. A lot of people express this in some different ways. Who has right now, looking over there, at the position where they think Ms. Stauch is guilty? I keep doing that.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
That you think she's guilty, but as you're sitting there right now, you're coming in thinking she's guilty. And so when they're saying, they're asking if your mind can be open, Ms. 27, what I'm kind of getting the impression when you said you could be open, you think she's guilty. Maybe I might be able to convince you otherwise, but as you sit now, I'm going to have to do a bunch of work to convince you something different. Is that accurate?
Your response. Correct.
Mr. 42, same. 32. Did you raise your hand?
I did not.
Oh, okay, well then, okay. 60 though, I mean, I really got that. Based on what you've seen, everything, you think she's guilty. Your mind might be open, I might be able to convince you otherwise, but right now you're thinking I would have to overcome. 66, you're nodding your head. Okay. You can't presume her in saying right now, or you presume that she would not guilty by reason of insanity. Right now, you think she's guilty, and I'd have to do a lot of work. Okay. Both raise your hand. 56. Do you agree with 66? Pretty much in the same position. Okay. I mean, I'm behind the 8 ball right now. Okay. 63. Yeah, that's you, sir. Sorry. Same thing.
I was in Puerto Rico at the time when I came over here. All I had was my family trying to ignore it.
Sure, it's your bad luck days. Okay, but as you sit right now, based upon all you've heard about before you came in this room, I'm behind the 8 ball. You can keep an open mind, but I'm gonna have to convince you. Or convince you to go. Yes. That the insanity is left. 61. Same as him. 69. I didn't see it. Did you raise your hand? Okay. Oh, okay. I'm saying. Okay.
Overwhelming.
Okay, I would have to overwhelm you with evidence that you can say it's not, okay. And so if the law was that it's actually, they have to prove overwhelming that she's saying, you can't apply that law when there's a dead kid. Okay, or at least where you're sitting right now, I would have to overwhelm.
I'm gonna have this over my maker.
Okay,
You know what she wants to do.
okay. Okay, and as of right now, I mean, it sounds like you're not, the presumptive innocence is not there.
I have some possible, maybe possible, she might really been insane at that. Because of the brutalness of crime she committed.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, how can a person in the right mind can do that without any type of that's kind of that aspect.
Okay. Well, does anybody else over here who's with juror number 66? And again, it's all you guys know, thank you for your honesty. That's all we're here for right now. Pulse is kind of saying the same thing. Like, be open-minded, boy, he's gonna have to do a lot to overcome how I'm thinking. 33, feel about that. 48? How are you getting? $30? 29, where are you at? All right, you can yell at me.
Council, hold it for just a moment, please.
Sometimes I stand up when she, oh. I don't know what that is. I get fearful or angry.
I was saying that, I would have to hear all the evidence on both sides before I make up on it. And I can't say right that she's guilty. She's not. Once I hear all the evidence, I weigh all the evidence, and figure that out.
It is, but in criminal case, Constitution, process clause, requires it right now, actually through the course of this case. 28. All right. Like, where are you at? Are you, some of the jurors say, right now, baseball, I've come in here with, what I've seen in the media, I'm thinking that she's probably guilty. Maybe you can convince me otherwise, but that's where I'm sitting right now. Or are you in a position, I think she's innocent, I think she's great.
I've never heard with the media, this is the first time I'm hearing this case. So. Outside.
Okay.
So I have open mind on both cases. I've not, so, I'm like, right now.
Eric, I think a 10-minute one. Over here, everyone's kind of getting where I'm going at. We've heard some people say, hey, I can kind of keep an open mind, but as I sit here, I think she's pretty guilty. You're going to have to do a spectacular job and overwhelm me. I mean, and I appreciate juror number 66 and 60 when they were asked, like, I can find her guilty. Can you find her not guilty? It was hard. And that was a great honest thing, but how many people over here are kind of in the same position at 60 and 66? What? No. it was just, yeah, no, and I really appreciated your honesty in the way that you did that. And so sometimes jurors oftentimes articulate things better than I'm able to. And so I appreciate that. And like I said, right now, honestly, and this is a hard case, ladies and gentlemen. We're planning on being here for 2 weeks before we finally get to a jury that we can pick from on April 3rd. But all the people in suits here know that this is going to be difficult. It's 8 weeks of people's lives. That's not easy. Got other stuff to do. We got a ton of media on this thing that makes it a lot more difficult to presume somebody innocent. We've got a dead kid who was murdered horribly, badly. Everybody gets emotional about that. Everybody should get emotional about that. And sometimes a lot of people can't put that emotion aside. I don't care. And then we've got insanity. which a lot of people have a lot of feelings about. We know that this is gonna be difficult, and all we're asking for everybody to be honest, okay? That's what I want everybody to understand, that there's no bad answer. I'm got nowhere else to be. We're gonna be here. 52, what do you think? Yeah. Now, good, I'm glad that you said that, okay? Because criminal trial is a little bit different than any other type of case, in that the burden of proof. Say, we're out and I'm driving, Mr. Cook, rear ended me from behind, and I said it's my fault, I say his fault, we go to court, it's a civil case, and it's just by what's called a preponderance of the evidence. And you just got to decide, more likely than not, who was, at fault. And that's kind of for civil case. Then like sometimes when we have, there's an allegation of child abuse in the home, kids aren't being fed properly or taken care of properly, through what's called a dependency and neglect. And before the kids can be taken out of the home, it has to be proven beyond what's called clear and convincing. Again, things first. But another thing is clear and convincing is somebody has a strong belief. I have a strong belief that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, but somebody else may think there was a conspiracy. I don't think they're in that case. I don't think they're unreasonable. I just have my strong belief. They have a different strong belief. Beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest standard that we have. It goes all the way back to Rome, the standard. A lot of stuff go back to England, go back to Rome. Rome, it was interpreted Latin, clearer than day. That I know that the earth is round. It says the earth is flat. I know they're unreasonable. Okay. Beyond a reasonable doubt, I know the earth is round. Someone says something different, you're not kidding. Okay, so this is something I'm sure of. Something I would not hesitate to act in matters of importance to me. With a standard that high, you know what that means? I've had this happen before, you're gonna endure. And go, you know what? Y'all had a strong belief that your client did it. Weren't sure, you didn't know, but you improved beyond a reasonable doubt. And then we had to vote not guilty. And you do that in a case like this. I've never been in juries. I know it was a long time ago, but I'm sorry. 51. Well, you might go back there and go, boy, I think she was saying, but it's possible she wasn't. If you were in that position, you have to vote not guilty by reason of insanity. And you do that. And that's what, and for you and your number 64, you both have mental health training. And we don't want you guys just to leave that at the door. I mean, you guys can take that and you guys can use it in kind of, what you think of the expert or the different experts coming. What would not be okay for you to go back in the jury room and say, oh, based upon this textbook that I had reviewed, in school or whatever, this expert is wrong. You can have your opinion, but to tell people tell the jurors what other things from outside the courtroom would not be proper. Are you okay with that? For 2064? Back over here. I know the judge asked everybody what they thought about the not guilty by reason of insanity, and some people were shocked. You're number two. You indicated on your questionnaire that you feel that not guilty by reason of insanity is an excuse.
Well, that was the one thing I wanted to change after listening to everything you guys had to say today. I had mentioned it earlier to someone that I felt like maybe it wasn't a good idea that I just give it a blanket like that. I've never had, I am unaware of this case completely. I have always felt in my heart that there wasn't such thing as a plea for insanity. I think we're all a little nuts, but I just felt like after listening to everybody and opening my mind up to the possibilities, that it could be something I should be open-minded like everyone is saying, and I would do that.
You would do that? Okay.
Yeah, I would.
I know number three, you have some issues with the insanity.
They were saying just like after the fact.
Yeah.
But if they've had serious issues beforehand, then.
Yeah, and I'm not asking you to prejudge this at all about whether or not you think she's gonna be insane or not. I guess I'm more towards just the defense itself. And I guess here's the thing. It's an affirmative defense in the state of Colorado. It's there with statute. And I think an easier thing to kind of compare to is self-defense. You know, again, if I went up and I just went over there and I punched Mr. Allen in the face, that would be third degree assault. I've done it. Okay. But if he had said, you know what, I hate Josh, I'm going to go punch him in, and I see him walking towards me with his fist like that, and then I hit him in the face, that would be self-defense. So it's an affirmative defense, even though I did the actions. The state of Colorado has very specific things for must apply. And if it do, then that's not guilty. And insanity is the same. If we meet these criteria, once we raise it, they have to disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to prove, you know, she's saying, are you okay with it? And because and kind of on like the self-defense thing, there's sometimes I'm not okay with that. It's self-defense applies whether it's a man or a woman. Okay. I've raised my boys that there is never any justification to hit a woman. That if some woman comes up and hits them, they need to take it and they need to get out of it. There's no excuse for that. And so if I was on a trial where it's a man and a woman and he's claiming self-defense, I'm not going to be the right juror for that because I don't believe him. I don't believe there's ever any time. So kind of what I'm trying to get to the point. I'm trying to find out if there are jurors that feel the same way about the insanity defense as I do self-defense if it's a man hitting a woman. No? Okay. You look puzzled.
It's gonna be challenging.
It is.
Paperwork today and write down whether she's guilty or innocent. That's, well, I'm struggling with that. It's tough, but when I look at it is that's what our country is based on, is justice. And we have to, whether we like it or not, we have to go in with our view.
Well, I guess I think that's a great point and a great thing. You know, we have like Lady Justice and she's blindfolded, you know, and we're supposed to have the same, you know, you'd agree, we're supposed to have the same standard, whether someone's accused of stealing a candy bar or a murder. You know, the two people should stand before that jury the same. And, you know, one of the things they're supposed to stand before is, you know, they're supposed to be presumed innocent, you know, when they come in. And I think it's hard. Everybody knows it's hard when there's this much media. And again, I can tell you, everybody in the suit, Ms. Graudiano and the judge, we would all much prefer there had been no media, you know, on this case. Because it wouldn't be this difficult. And I think you understand that she has a right to be presumed innocent. And so I guess what I'm asking you I'm getting, and again, if I'm misphrasing it, I'm getting from you, I know what I need to do, but because of, I can't tell if it's the facts of the accusations or the media or anything like that, you're hesitant to say that you can do it.
Like to believe I can. I believe I can put on that
Yeah.
mindful of justice. Under the decision that I
Feel confident that you can, or do you just feel hopeful?
What's with you?
Yeah.
I think
Okay, that's what I want. Number 13, I know that you have some issues. Well, now keep everybody's going to say it.
I do.
Okay.
I mean, to me, it's kind of, if she didn't do it, then she pleads innocent, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that she said innocent by reason of insanity tells me that she did it, but I did it because I'm insane, right? So they do their job and they prove that she killed him. And then you do your job by proving that she was insane. I mean, you both won, but we don't have a verdict that says she did it, but she was insane.
That's what,
You know what I mean?
no, I killed for everything was saying, right? She did it.
Yeah.
So if you don't think she did it, it just be straight not guilty. If you think that she did it. but
It would
that
be
she
a lot
was-
easier if the insanity thing wasn't there.
And so, look, and all I, and, you know, like I was asking Mr. Levin here, I'm hearing from you.
Right.
Like if this was, it would, you know, an alibi, she wasn't there, didn't do it. These concepts, presumption of innocence, beyond reasonable doubt, easy.
The problem that I have is when the judge says, okay, look, from point one, everybody's got to think that she's innocent.
Yeah.
And that's a true statement, except when the fact that she says by reason of insanity, that leads the belief that she did it and she's using the insanity plea to explain it, right? I mean, the fact is the boy's still dead.
Yeah.
That's the hardest part about this all, is he's dead. And I don't know, my biggest problem is if they prove that he was killed by her, and then again, you prove that she was insane, he's still dead, right?
Yeah.
That's where I'm trying to wrap my mind around the whole thing. The innocent piece is what I mean, you know, is the innocent by reason of insanity. If I could say, well, she did it, that she was insane, so there was a reason. You know what I mean? But innocent tells me, in my mind, that she didn't kill him, that the boy didn't die.
Is a drug beard. Let me ask you this. Also,
It's like a ping pong ball going
Go
around.
back in your head.
Yeah.
I'm going back in my head too. Yeah, your questionnaire, you also said you thought should be.
From the media and from sitting through this, it's got me to realize and open up my mind a little bit. And I mean, we had a former president that always liked to say fake media, right?
Yeah.
So fake news. That probably applies in a lot of cases here, right? I mean, I don't know what channel I was watching yesterday, but or a couple days ago that said that you know, the psychiatrist had found that she wasn't insane. But I'm sure you're going to come up to one that says she was.
Yeah.
But the news didn't say that, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. There's always two sides to a story.
There is. And I kind of, and going back to, I'm just trying to figure out like where you're at. I know like if you think about, and it's confusing and there's a lot of legal jargon and everything. Like that.
Right.
But to be a juror, I like the whole asking honesty. You have to presume you're innocent. Well, can you do that or do you have some reservation?
I would like to say that I could do that. I would like to believe that I could. But the answer is I don't know.
You're number 14. I know you had some issues with the exam. Not insanity. You had that the news had influenced your opinion.
Well, it has a slant.
Okay. Yeah.
Like that. To me, right now, It's like you were saying, Lady Justice.
Yeah.
For me, the scales are balanced.
Mm.
Either side right now in my mind, except for what I heard on TV, which has a slant.
Yeah.
I can put that aside and look at the balanced scale. That's how I see it.
Ryan, you've been here, you've heard all about this case. How's that impacted you?
I'm much. Just see. This position.
And I worry, just because you're here. Don't take this wrong. I worry that you'll worry. Your decision is going to be, second guessed and talked about and everything else. I get, let me put it this way. We've heard from all of the jurors. A lot of people have come in here, seeing the media and everything like that. Preconceived notions. She's guilty, Sandy's bunk, everything like that. My guess is there's a lot of people in the courthouse who feel that same way, and you're gonna be around them, they're gonna be asking, if you were to come back not guilty by reason of insanity, how could you do that? Is that a weird damn thing for you? I don't know.
Honestly, we don't talk about.
Okay.
cases very much. I mean,
I know.
people, so we don't talk about. A lot of friends that we talk about with somebody.
Yeah.
But.
Juror number 18, what do you think? What are your feelings on the insanity? Not guilty by reason of insanity.
Here to hear the evidence, first of all.
Yeah.
I heard a little bit on the news. News to many other things. And today, follow on to Florida and all that stuff. I didn't know any, so. Very interested to hear both sides of the story.
Juror number, where's 24? You put down that you think that the not guilty by reason of insanity is a ploy.
Yeah, I did, but as you read through the rest of my stuff.
Yeah.
you see my background a little bit.
I do.
It's, I've been on that side.
Okay.
I'm on this side, been through the system and stuff like that, but when the judge was talking about, the media, giving the one side, is the media giving the facts?
Yeah.
Is that you're hearing that one side, all that other stuff? It automatically clicked on me, because I teach I'm a superintendent for a construction company. I lead my guys, I lead baseball leagues, I talk in churches, I do all kinds of, from my experiences. For me to put down what I did, I cheated the system in doing that. And when against what I go out there and try to promote by not hearing both sides.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what was it, the reason I'm saying?
Yeah, you get into the
My way I look at the reason of insanity, actually to elaborate, I think on what the gentleman down here was kind of going back and forth.
Yeah.
If you're of your normal mind, your right frame of mind, even doing something like that, you're knowingly, willfully, and you know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
So the insanity plea would come in, I think, if you actually did not, understand or know that what she was doing. That's how I differentiate from the two. But I mean, there's been where I've been and seen that the actual people inside on the other side of the fence, in the yard and all that stuff. I mean, I'm no expert because of the book.
Yeah.
But I have firsthand knowledge of seeing these people. Certain stories. But to say, no, she's guilty,
And I guess what my worry is that I think a lot of people there are not killed by reason of insanity. Oh, kind of a last ditch, ploy trying to get out of something. This is kind of an excuse. Mindset. And that mindset is actually the exact opposite that a jury needs to sit in if they're going to be. And I'm kind of hearing from you if I'm wrong, but you kind of came in with that mindset, but now it kind of be adjusted.
Oh, yeah, I am. And that's because, when the judge was saying it, I'll see what the media did, and all that stuff. So me putting that down without hearing both sides, put it right in, all that garbage. And we can. I can do that stuff. So.
6 and 6.
Just one quick follow-up.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, I know. You probably will.
Good work. Yeah.
Yeah.
If all that's necessary.
That's good. Because it's here, we have legal axioms and everything like that that are good in books and everything like that, but in practicality, it's not the way out. They're going to be presenting it. We're going to be fighting them too. We're going to be doing everything that we can. Okay. Well, I'm not going to sit. I'm going to fight. I'm going to do everything. The only person, look, I like everybody here, but that's the only person I have to do to is right there. And I ain't going to fall. And I'm going to do everything I can to help protect her. Okay. But the law, what it does is it kind of like, ground rule for, court. It requires you to start over in this position, way over here at not guilty. And it's basically kind of like a football game. They've got to drive the entire length of the field over that goal line. They get stopped, at 90, the 2-foot line, game ends, it's not guilty. It doesn't matter if they drove 98 yards or not. That's what it is. But I'm kind of getting from a lot of people here is that they're not necessarily starting on their goal line because of the media and everything else, or the facts, or the horrific nature of the charge, everything like that. Maybe they're starting at 30, maybe they're starting at midfield, something like that. Brevin. Want to do some stuff. Do some stuff. Yeah. We're number 50. Mr. Young talked about it a little bit. It's not gonna be an easy job. And if you're gonna be chosen to be on this job, again, it's the autopsy. Autopsy. Photos of the 11-year-old kid had been in a suitcase for over a month. And the way that the injury occurred are going to be important. They're going to be important for both sides. I think a lot of times us over here forget the impact that has on people because it's just our job. We have to do this, all the time. Are you going to be able to do that? I'm not saying you don't have an emotional reaction. I'm not saying you want to do something. But are you going to be able to do that and then put aside your emotion and look at those photos for what they say, or is it going to be something that experience is going to be so emotional that you're not going to be able to look at a fraction? Oh, 75, right? Let me see what.
That's
Yeah.
right. It's 75.
75. Sir, no one's asking anything.
10 minutes, Mr. Tellini.
What do you think about all this?
Mr. Tellini.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I've heard. All right, I'm gonna circle back around. Some people put some stuff down in the questionnaires. I want the judge to ask about some difficulties. Juror number 2, you have insomnia.
Yes.
Do you think how will that impact you? Sorry.
The clarity, just because I've been going through this for years, I don't get enough sleep. So by this time, day is usually when I go to sleep.
Okay.
So 2 o'clock is usually the magic hour.
So
I'm fresh in the morning, even if I haven't had sleep, but for some reason, right around 2:30 is when it hits me. So anything that I'm taking in, might be hard to really take in.
okay. Number 25, you said you're unavailable on Wednesdays? In April, yes.
In April, I've got some appointments, but I'm thinking
Okay. So do you think, and weren't you also going on a trip? Okay. And that's in stone. And so if,
I approve it, but I would have to move it like that.
okay. All right. Number 33 or 33. Oh, right. You have some work issues that you think that if you're chosen to be here for 8 weeks, how financial work as well as connections. Or the legal stuff. Maybe you should, I mean, we can delay that until the end, but what I'm worried more about, if you're supposed to be on the jury, you're not gonna be able to work nights. You're gonna be able to survive financially. Number 42, you said you're unavailable April 10th through April 11th? Yeah. 46, and this make it very difficult for you to do your job.
Well, 10 stores that I supervise.
Okay.
Each store has. And if I have somebody.
Also, the type of thing that I might go and make you sit here for 8 weeks, but if I might be going to places.
I might. I can tell you, I've heard everything that everybody said. Okay. I have not talked that I'm open. Everything I want to say that I.
No, it's more, all we want is the truth.
So. Earlier there was discussion about, feathering. I think we all judge people. Extent might differ from we all threaten each other every single. So we come in and ask.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Come in and ask questions about whether or not you have or haven't, or will.
Already made up.
Yeah,
Oh.
not necessarily a made up mind, but we've already judged. Not just about every judge.
I'm not gonna say good.
About each other.
Well, what-
I think everybody has made a judgment.
Judgment.
I don't know that.
But you made a judgment.
Judgment isn't necessarily about hurting. But may or may not. Judgment isn't about innocence or guilt. About character.
What's your judgment about a person?
No, I'm not gonna allow that.
If you're number 51, the sole provider for your family. Oh, that's right. No. How difficult is this going to put your family out? What's if you're here? Okay. Yeah. That's why I'm asking. It's okay.
I know.
Told you that you have 69, you have scheduled doctor's appointments for that you've been waiting a long time for. And in New Mexico, you have to like kind of like a special grant to be able to do it. And when and we had to reschedule, how long would we have to schedule that out, or would you know? About at a time, anybody have anything? I should know.
Give me just a minute. So juror 33, I wanted to talk to you a little bit. What kind of work is it that you do, sir? And you work 12-hour shifts? And how many days a week do you work?
3 days a week.
Okay. And then also, in addition to that, every other weekend? Or does that, or those 3 or 4 days include that weekend? Okay. All right. And juror 69, tell me a little bit about this, I guess, analysis that would occur. You're going to New Mexico April 17, and how long is it going to take for them to do what they're going to do? Okay. Let's talk about those dates for a minute, because the 16th is a Sunday. Ah, got it. Okay. And then, got it. Okay. I see. All right. So you would be going to New Mexico when? On the 15th, or wait until the 18th? Okay. And do you already have that appointment set? Where is it in New Mexico? So 6 hours roughly? 6 hours roughly driving? Okay. Okay. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about a 20-minute recess. So if I can have all of the jurors, number one, remember where your seat is. Number two, step out into the hallway and be ready to come back into the courtroom at 10 after 3. What will happen in the meantime is that the attorneys and I will be discussing jury selection, and it's actually, as Mr. Cellini indicated, it is a process of deselection. So there will be more jurors that I will excuse, and once that happens, I will have further instructions for the rest of you. So with that, I'll rise for the jury, please.
What's going on, my friends? All right, they're back on break, so I'm going to end it here because it's almost the end of the day for them anyway. Tomorrow, it will be on my other channel. I'm not exactly sure what we'll be doing tomorrow on here. I don't know yet. We'll see. How many times have I run up and down these stairs today? I have no idea, but a lot of times. Yeah, it burns for sure. And I would hope not. But Andrea Yates, all of the people that I named, they all went to a mental hospital. Yep. So they did. Which is just craziness. So I don't know. What is the other channel? It is called dun, 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 dun. I'll put the link in. Here we go. There you go. Yeah, Emily, they'll let a bunch more go this afternoon. Yesterday, they got it down from 50 to 20. About that same, I'd say today, too. And they're just going to keep doing that until they end up with 110 people. Once they get that, the whole 110 has to go back on April, probably 2nd or 3rd. And on that day, the attorneys will pick their 16 people. And that'll be it. So every day the process will be just like this. They'll come in, the judge will ask about hardships, he'll ask, are you a single parent? Are you the only one? Blah, blah, blah. All of that stuff. He'll get rid of the ones that he thinks have an actual hardship. Then the attorneys get to ask questions, right? And they're writing down notes. Their clerks or whatever are writing notes. And they're all going to know at the end who they want to get rid of. That's why he has these breaks too. So that they can excuse the ones that they don't want there. That's it. So we will be back tomorrow on the other channel, and I'll also put it on my community wall. But I think we'll do some other things on this channel tomorrow. The other channel also has a bunch of crazy things. It has the a whole divorce trial on there. It's just completely crazy. It has the Sandy Melgar interrogation questioning, the Dan Markle cases over there, some divorce battles, some interrogations. There's a bunch of stuff over there. So, yep. No, it's 12 plus 4, not 6. No, I don't think it was 6 alts. Is it? Wait. Maybe it is 6. 12 and 6 alternates. Yep, there you go. Yeah, you're right. 12 and 6. No, she would, could she, because she's had mental evals since then, we'll find out in the trial if she had bipolar, schizophrenia, postpartum depression, anything, right? We'll know her medical history once the trial starts. In the case of Andrea Yates, for example, she had a plethora of mental disabilities that added to this, added to what she did to her children. So that's why she's in a mental hospital. But as far as we knew prior to what happened to Gannon, we have no idea what her mental history was. So all of that will come into play as well. And we'll find out during the trial, if there was something going on. Because we don't really know. Yeah. Tries to escape. She's something altogether different. Thank you, Betty. So yes, I'm gonna go cook for the husband and wait for him to get home. But I will be back on tomorrow for sure. I don't know what we're gonna go over yet, but we will be back on this channel live tomorrow as well as the other channel. Okay? Have a great night, and I will see you guys tomorrow.